workshops to help you when it comes to navigating the IRS. The first one on Wednesday, November 19th, will describe 7 ways to fix a tax problem. The other is coming up on Thursday, November 20th. That will focus on the options you have if you haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years. Both of these 1-hour webinars, they're free, and you will get outstanding advice and support from Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd, the founder of Advanced Tax Solutions, has been doing this for over 30 years. This is a wonderful, wonderful free opportunity to get valuable information. To sign up for one of these free masterclasses, either Wednesday, November 19th or Thursday, November 20th, visit advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan or call them at 303-753-6040.
Need a new water heater? Euro Plumbing has lifetime warranties, great financing, and low pricing. 720-500-3000. 720-500-3000.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The
on Thursday.
Yeah.
The Nuggets played last night. The Avs play tonight. The trade deadline is coming up.
It's all
And
here.
the Jacksonville Jaguars just made a trade that could open the door for the Denver Broncos to make a trade for one of their players as well.
We're going to get into all that. I don't even know about the Jacksonville Jaguars trade just yet, so we'll get to that. We always start the show the same way, saying hello, good morning to you, and a little tribe roll call. The tribe is you plus us, and tribe roll call is a chance for you and your company to get a shout out on the show. Send who you are, where you are, what you're doing for $1 today to 2 locations, the ramoslaw.com text line at 303-713-1043, or over on the YouTube stream. That's Cecil's job to monitor that. He does a great job with it every day. I'll take a look at the text line and give you guys a shout out on the show. So a couple of things that you can get to early, or if, as it is, trade deadline day. Now, 3 hours and 58 minutes, Cecil. If you have somebody that you absolutely want, have your target set on, let us know who, why, and maybe what you're willing to give up so we can have a little fun conversation about that today. Because there are some rumors and reports and rumblings about what the Denver Broncos may do. Jordan Schultz has a tweet out right now that says the Seahawks and Broncos may be in line to make some big news, a big splash trade today. Right. We also have just found out in the last half hour or so that Sean Payton has never traded for a wide receiver on deadline day in his entire tenure as a head coach. So we'll see if that's something that Sean does for the first time today. But what's happened in Jacksonville that we need to know about?
And Jacksonville picking up Jacoby Myers, it looks like. And then that opens the door. And the betting services, and these guys do not only like sports gambling, but also like politics in terms of like who's going to win what election or whatever.
Oh, this is what I was asking you about last night.
Yeah, the poly market.
I've never heard of this before.
The poly market is said the Denver Broncos are the favorite to land Brian Thomas.
Okay.
Brian Thomas from LSU, of course, rookie last year with spectacular season, 1,200 off the top of my head. And, a bunch of touchdowns. Not really fitting with what Liam Cohen wants to do right now. So Jacoby Myers in there with Jacksonville. Of course, Travis Hunter on IR. Yeah. so maybe that prevents them from trading Brian Thomas. But Thomas, big-bodied receiver, also has connections with LSU. So, of course, Sean's aware, LSU, King Dingaling, Bo Lowry from LSU. So you've got some connections there as well. I'm not generally excited about a wide receiver unless it's like, Garrett Wilson. Brian Thomas is on that list, though. That should get you really excited.
I'm not excited at all. I don't think they should be trading for a wide receiver still here today. I think if Sean Payton gets a new offensive weapon, it's the spoiled kid that cried the whole time at the grocery store and then still got the toy in the checkout line at the end of the day.
But he says they're not sending a message if they pick up somebody in a trade.
I think that was more of a message to Mike Kliss than it was to the locker room, which we'll
He's
talk about.
sending those messages to Kliss now.
We'll talk about that a little later.
Why is Sean so angry?
I don't like when you're messing with my guys. You can rip on the people that aren't my guys, and I kind of get a giggle out of that. But when you mess with my guys, that's when I start to get a little upset. I just don't think it's a necessity, Cease. I think it's a luxury that the Denver Broncos, one, don't need, and that Sean has not earned. Why does he need a wide receiver today? I'm still in the market for an inside linebacker because I know that Alex Singleton can't cover, and I'm afraid of not Justin Shernaud. I actually like Justin Shernaud. I'm afraid of what Dre Greenlaw's body won't be able to do for the rest of the season. So I know it's fun, and it's a cool conversation to have, but I'm actually rooting that they do not trade for a wide receiver today. I think you use that draft capital, continue to build this roster because it is a little bit of a longer game that I'm playing and not a have to do it all right now. And like I said, man, I think you go get a wide receiver. We've been complaining about Cortland Sutton not being involved more. What does that do to Sutton? We want more Pat Bryant after he's earned roles being a huge blocker. What does that do to the development of PB? So I like the conversation. It's just not a priority for me.
Well, and last night I sent you the numbers and you were like, holy bleep. Why is Troy Franklin got more targets than Cortland Sutton?
64 to 62 for Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, that's odd.
That's strange.
That's bizarre. That should not be happening right now. And I can change your mind about Brian Thomas if, in fact, the Broncos make a move there. You mentioned inside linebacker. I've already seen it on Twitter.
Go get
Broncos fans upset because Logan Wilson from Wyoming, a player I wanted the Broncos to draft, now acquired by the Cowboys from the Bengals in exchange for a 7th rounder.
Wow.
So you could have got an upgrade, an inside linebacker, a local product, a smart, a heady linebacker that attacks the ball physically in Logan Wilson, who's now going to the Cowboys for a 7th rounder. George Payton's, I believe, working the phones. We're going to find out very soon in the next 4 hours, are the Broncos in a Super Bowl window? Are they going to be buyers to help cement that window, or they're okay with what they have? That's fine, but you're not going to win a Super Bowl unless you continue to make those constant upgrades.
I like that question. Like, do you think they have to, if they're not buyers today, does that signal to you they don't believe they're in a Super Bowl window? Because I don't think that that's true.
It would signal a few things, and I don't know which ones would be true. If they're not buyers, are they cheap? No.
No. They have
if they're not buyers, is their GM not creative? No. If they're not buyers, do they really think they're built for the long haul? No. And if they do, you're sadly mistaken, right?
Like right now, as currently constructed? No, definitely not.
Yeah, you're at 7-2, but my God, things have been ugly on the offensive side. You could use some help there, whether that's a running back for depth, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a tight end, which I see as a must for this team.
A must?
A must.
Wow.
More teams. And
again, what does the new tight end do that none of the 7 he has can't do?
Well, do both. You have Evan Ingram who can catch, can't block.
Okay.
You have Adam Troutman who can block, can't catch. And all the other tight ends block, can't catch.
Did they not know that back in August?
They did. They should have known that back in April where Rondy Gadsden was a day 3 pick.
There we go.
You know what I mean?
There we go.
Kyle Monangai, who, by the way, had 176 yards for the Bears last week, running back. They could have drafted him. He's a 7th-round pick. I talk about Bill all the time, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He's not doing what Kyle Monangai did.
No.
So you had some opportunities in the draft and afterwards to kind of pick up and kind of fix some of these problems that are still problems today.
I just think a lot of people are playing fantasy football on a trade deadline, and I get it. That's fun. That's the part that is fun about this day. But we got to be a little realistic as to what this roster is. Have we not just spent the last 3 or 4 weeks going, man, Sean's got a lot of weapons, hasn't really been able to figure out how to use them. We'd love for him to run more. And then now here we are because the deadline day is up front of us going, well, you got to go get offensive players or it's not going to be a buyer or you're not going to be in a Super Bowl window. I can't wrap my head around that. Maybe it's something you can help me with throughout the day, Cease, because I see ILB as a need. I see go get a gunner on special teams. Special teams sucks hard right now. Go get a gunner that can be a weapon in case of an emergency, but is a stud special teams player. That's what I'm looking at. I don't need a makeover today. I need some gum on the holes that is this ship that's the Denver Broncos, and that's inside linebacker and gunners on special teams.
Okay.
It's not sexy.
No, not at all.
Are we here to be sexy on trade day or get right so they can make a Super Bowl run?
Well, I don't believe Troy Franklin is yet there, so the Brian Thomas thing changes my mind as far as wide receiver. I always thought Garrett Wilson was like pie in the sky, but we're fixing to find out. We're going to know what they think of where they're at, if they're able to do any sort of deals. But deals are happening right now. Howie Roseman's already done like 3 trades.
He's not done either.
Come on, George.
He'll keep going.
Today is your day.
Sure.
Let's go, George Payton, and let's get this Broncos team some help.
By the way, the Brian Thompson contract is just real nice as well. So that helps with some of the intrigue that he's still on a rookie deal. All right, Tribe, you tell us what position, what players are you interested in, or none at all? Some people are suggesting the Taysom Hill trade. I don't feel that's a good move either. But again, what you think doesn't have to match what I think. That's the beauty of this program. Jeremiah the plumber checking in. What up, Tribe? Just out here fixing carpets. Fixing crappy. Trying to make it to my elk hunting trip on Thursday. So it's Tuesday. The dude has an elk hunting trip on Thursday.
Yeah. Completely
Completely checked out. He's in victory formation right now.
Yeah, just call in.
Yeah.
Have us call in.
Oh, dude, we call in tomorrow? Like, hey, Mr. Plumber Boss, Jeremiah is not going to make it in. He's out there shooting deer in the face.
Yeah, we're calling for Jeremiah. He's not going to make it in today. Who am I? Oh, well, I'm Cecil Lammy. You may have heard. The Tribe. Yeah, we can do that for you.
I'd like to do that. I would like to do that. Vacay driver checking in. That's what they call themselves. Tribe roll call, sitting at a train station, waiting on passengers and getting ready to hear a Broncos trade for Waddle is what I believe. They want a wide receiver as well. Jalen Waddle followed it up saying they'll settle for a tight end as well. So people are ready, Cease. They're like you. They want to get deals done. I don't know that I'm quite there yet. This roster needs to be developed and evolve with the players that are on it. We'll get back to that conversation about what this team can and cannot do, or should not do at the trade deadline. But we're going to look back at the Nuggets taking down the Kings last night. They remain unbeaten at home. It's early in the season, Cecil, but I noticed a couple of things last night that we've talked about already in the first 5 or 6 games. And I think I have some answers as to how they can improve on a couple of those things. Coming up next.
Is Sean Payton asking too much from his sophomore quarterback?
I think there's so much pressure on the quarterback from the coach to be perfect and to be perfect right now. And then he's inaccurate. He's throwing interceptions. There's that unnecessary pressure from a coach who's not putting his quarterback in a position to succeed by running the freaking football.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Fall is here. The leaves are piling up. The air is getting crisp. Football's back on TV and chili's been simmering in the crock pot for hours. At Postman Law, the season may change, but one thing stays the same. We fight for hardworking folks when they've been injured. We've recovered billions for our clients, and it costs nothing to find out if you have a case. You don't pay a dime unless we win for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN. This is attorney advertising.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at DenverSports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with us and start growing your business today.
Happy holidays, Colorado.
Dave, come on. Isn't that a little early?
No. Who wants to wait for savings? No one. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed 5.81 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% rate fixed for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Our trademark lowest rate for life program allows you to lock in savings today, and if the market does improve after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. This is the best program in the industry. Plus, our holiday bonus, no payments until January of 26, and access up to $15,000 cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Bonnie from O'Meara Ford has convinced me they really want to earn your business. So, talk to me, Bonnie.
Well, O'Meara has over 1,000 vehicles to choose from. Plus, we have the largest service center in the region with 84 service bays. And we've sold 1 million vehicles since 1913. Our friendly staff will treat you right. And when it comes to repairs, our knowledgeable technicians do it right the first time.
There it is. O'Meara saves you time and money, whether you buy new or used. O'MearaFord.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I see the Tribe weighing in. Of course, Tribe roll call, but others, like Marv of Erie. I love the name Marv. That's a cool name.
What's up, Marv?
What up, Marv? He says, forget the gunner on special teams. Can we trade for a new special teams coach?
That's right. And Sean Payton being very clear with Evans, Luca Evans, by the way, and Luca corrected him.
Good for
Luca.
We're going to hear that a little later on.
I'm so happy for him. But, like, okay, yeah. It's Luca, not Evan.
Yeah, I have a new favorite media member.
Luca.
His name is Luca Evans. Shout out to him. You'll hear that a little later on in the show in our 11 o'clock hour. We'll dive deep into that. Or actually, maybe it's 10:30. We're going to get to it sooner rather than later. Keep the text coming in, though. I do want to know what you're looking for as far as a trade. I've seen a couple of texts that agree with me. I've also seen a handful of texts that don't agree with me. And like I said, Taysom Hill, go get a wide receiver. We need help at tight end. Some of the things that you're mentioning, Cecil, I'm seeing a bunch of that. So keep your texts coming in. We appreciate everybody being a part of the show and weighing in on our Broncos question of the day. What should they do before 2 o'clock? When we're done, this roster could look a little different. All right, Cecil, the Nuggets last night, they were able to get a victory, a wire-to-wire victory, already the third time.
Third time this season
They've
already.
done that. And they only did it 5 times last year.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I didn't realize it till reading Drew's notes that it was only 5 times. That's just, to me, so it's actually a little ironic. Like, all right, that stat would show you they're engaged from the literally from the jump.
Yes.
And continuing to stay engaged.
Sounds like coaching, right?
A little bit.
Okay.
But you go like to that Portland game, and I think it was a little bit of that. Like, It's a Friday night. It's Halloween.
All right.
You're on the road. Their coach is in a lot of trouble. You kind of don't know what that team's going to do or how they'll handle the adversity. And it's really a kudos to the Trailblazers for handling it in the right way. But I did think, and especially in that fourth quarter, I said it yesterday, like the Nuggets were playing around a little bit on Friday night.
A little bit, yeah, playing with their food.
I saw that a little last night, too, with Sacramento.
Yeah, letting them hang around,
right,
keeping them hanging around.
Out. Russell, I know why you're leaving Russell Westbrook open for 3.
Yeah.
But after he makes the first 3, maybe close out on him a little bit stronger to make it a little more difficult for the dude. I'm with you 100%. It's coaching the reason they're winning wire to wire. That means they're engaged from the jump ball. I screamed at my TV multiple times in the Malone era, hoping they would do that.
Right.
But I still see Portland in a little bit last night. It's like, if we wanted to turn it on, we could crush these chumps.
Right.
So I use it all the time. They've kind of fallen back only twice, and it's just in moments, not for games like it was before.
Sure.
Play the clock rather than the opponent.
Well,
and that's a little worrisome.
They're learning how to win their way
Yeah.
in this new iteration of the Denver Nuggets. I certainly love that fourth quarter run when Valanciunas is out there, and Joker's getting a breather because Joker needs breathers so he can come in and close. It's perfect, honestly. Now, their stuff from the arc is not perfect, and we got to talk about that. I had some hopes early in that contest, like, wow, they're splashing it through. They're looking good from the arc. And then they went completely cold, and that allowed the Kings to kind of hang around in this one.
Christian missed his first one, but caught it and shot it right
Yes.
away. And I'm like, that's even if you miss, shoot it with that kind of confidence,
Right.
and they'll start to fall, and he'll be a way different
And he
player.
came back in like his second or third one, and he hit that one.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, now get that thing rolling. The Cam Johnson, it's a work in progress there. But yeah, there is a little bit of, not necessarily coasting, but I feel they're trying to figure out lineups. They're trying to figure out what's best. I mean, when Valanciunas is out there, that's a former starter that you could just feed the ball to and run your half-court set and feed him in the post and let him do his thing, let him do his turnaround. But it comes down to me of just Adelman coaching, fingerprints on this thing, and trying to figure out the best way that they're going to win.
Yeah.
But these wire-to-wire wins, very rare from just a year ago.
And especially it's November, right? Like this is when they kind of roll out of bed and show up and play basketball, but they seem to be engaged early on.
Did Jamal seem engaged to you?
He did. He just didn't shoot well last night.
Right. He was cold for sure, but defensively it didn't take away his effort. Now, again, he's not great defensively, but
No.
the effort was there. So I was watching Jamal closely because I'm always thinking, okay, what's Dover thinking about Jamal? Jamal was engaged.
No,
it
he
just wasn't going in for him from the arc.
I want him to be efficient, but for me to expect efficiency night in and night out, it's unfair to the guy. I'm not going to do that to Jamal Murray right now, at least. So I did think that he was engaged. I thought everybody was engaged. I just thought it got a little sloppy at the end of the game. And maybe some of that is the three-pointing shooting that you mentioned. Cam and Jamal went 0 for 10 combined. That's just that bad shooting that we're talking about, but it wasn't just last night where they shot 31.6%. They're only shooting 34.7 on the season. You want your team percentage to be, I mean, you'd love it to be 40, but you need it to hover around that for most of the season.
Yeah.
And they're clearly short of that right
They've got a lot of work to do, but the one thing I like about this Denver Nuggets team, again, in a short season so far, is they've got discipline. Because we saw it with the Kings. Kings have talent. Kings have depth. They don't have any discipline. The Nuggets are disciplined, even when they're playing with their food a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing with Christian Brown, I said during the preseason, I thought he might get some stuff set for him, some off-ball screens, and maybe that will come still. But as of right now, this is why he scored 20 again last night. And I don't know if you watched the post-game stuff, but Bruce Brown was interviewed after.
Yeah.
And it was Scotty. And Scotty's like, you're learning to move without the ball. And Brucey B's like, I'm watching Christian because that dude moves without the basketball.
Yeah.
There's still more of that, like, pick up the scrap stuff for CB, and that's when he's outstanding. You saw Aaron find a cutting Christian yesterday. Right. So now it's like, oh, Christian's always moving. Find him when he cuts to the basket, and it's more than just Joker dishing it out.
Well, and I love the fact that all of them are taking cues from the Joker, but also to quote Chris from last night, hey, it's big man feeding little man.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the game, I think it was in the third or fourth quarter, it was Christian feeding the big man on the dribble drive, and he dishes it to Joker with an easy put in right near the basket. So you love to see that two-man game, regardless if it's Jamal and Joker and Christian, AG and Christian. Like you love that sort of energy and spirit this team has with finding that open man and making that cut and making those crisp cuts and paying attention. The AG pass, and Ryan Green does fantastic work for DNVR. he tweeted out like Joker out here giving haircuts.
Oh, the Sabonis top of the head.
Right
Yeah.
over Sabonis'
You see Sabonis'
head.
eyes like this mother.
It's like he's trying to take my head off.
Yeah.
And AG was engaged. So with Joker, you have to have eyes in the back of your head. You have to be ready for the basketball at all times.
How about the Serbian basketball guy? I don't know what Dennis Schroeder did to him. It seemed like just like an arm grab and like. And again, I'll tell you some of my secrets of like I'm not a good defender. I'm slow. I can't move. So I'll like grab your wrist and hold on to you for a little bit. I'll pull the back of your jersey when I'm chasing.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that all is fair, right? In hoops. I think that's what Dennis Schroeder was doing, and it really made Nikola Jokic mad. Like he comes over to get in the face of 6'3" Dennis Schroeder, and I'm like, oh my God, someone please stop him before he gets suspended for whatever he's about to do to this little guy.
Right. He was very upset. Very upset. So you love seeing that physicality, the engagement there as well. And you love seeing Joker. He's in April form. It's November. Calendar just turned. And he's already like MVP form right there, double-double in every game. So you look forward to more of that.
Absolutely. All right, we'll get back to some Nuggets. I actually want to talk with you about your dude, Julian Strawther, coming up.
Yes. I got a lot to say about Strawther and Brucey B last night.
Let's do that about 11:15. We'll talk about those guys off the bench. We have our laser guy, Jeremy, in Orlando.
Laser.
He's actually calling a shot from Kevin. There it is. He wants those laser sounds. He says it was... tanks a few weeks ago. Now the new project is laser designators for drones. This guy is unbelievable. I just want to know what Jeremy's day-to-day is like. Keep texting every day what you're working on because that's awesome. He says, drop some bombs, Bo. Silence the haters. I bleed orange and blue from birth to death. That's awesome stuff right there. Nebraska Greg is out there delivering mail. I've had Brian Thompson on my fantasy team all year and finally decided to sell my stock today. He says no thanks on the trade. I mean, maybe it's a different, opportunity and a new home that could change the outcome right there. But I'm with you on no for a wide receiver. David down in Arizona streaming the show is delivering concrete. He's looking for a trade or two today. He wants a wide receiver or a tight end. He lists David Njoku, who I know you've had your eyes on as well.
Njoku could be a great get for the Broncos today.
All right, so we are here. It's trade deadline day. We're going to talk a little bit about what the Broncos have. And yesterday, Cecil, we talked about unlocking Bo as a rusher. You and I both want more balance. Is the simple secret to balance just making Bo a legit threat with his legs the rest of the season? Let's have that conversation next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Things are just better with a partner or a friend. And when it comes to losing weight, Soda Weight Loss makes it easier than ever to let go of the weight for good.
I'd been wanting to lose weight, and I tried on my own. I'd been seeing things for Soda, and so we talked to the nutritionist and loved every bit of it. I couldn't be happier, honestly, with the result.
Join with a partner and only pay for one. Imagine achieving all your weight loss goals together with your partner, and you only pay for one.
I've let go 50 pounds, and I don't have the cravings that I used to have.
I would definitely recommend Soda. It's because it works. I even recommended it to my daughter, and she's on her journey now.
Just go and look at the almost 9,000 Google reviews about Soda weight loss. Lose the weight without injections, without medications, without hunger. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN, attorney advertising.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. we dare to care.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan in Modelo at Mile High Station on Thursday, November 6th from 4 to 6:15 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game with orange and blue face painting and ice-cold Modelo. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's talk about balance and what we want out of the Broncos as soon as, not tomorrow, Wednesday or Thursday.
Your key balance didn't happen last time out, huh?
Didn't. No, it didn't. What was it, 37-20 or something like that? We wanted it within 7.
We said within 7, and couldn't even get that close.
Double digits again.
Oh, my God,
from
Sean.
One Sean Payton. So I don't want this to be a conversation of like, all right, well, Sean won't run the ball, so now I'm asking Bo Nix to settle that run past discrepancy for me. That's not what I'm saying either. And I don't think you would say that either, Cecil, because when I had suggested earlier in the year, like maybe there is a little bit more running from Bo, you said, I don't know, depending on what you're going to get. Now you changed your tune against Houston based off what Houston does.
What their weakness is,
because
yes.
that's what you could take advantage of. And like I said, I'm not calling for design quarterback runs or RPO Bo more than Bo in the pocket, because I don't think that's a strength to his game. I know it's not a strength to what Sean Payton wants to do as an offensive coach and a play caller. But it's almost like we talked about yesterday. I don't know if it's something that Sean needs to tell Bo, that Davis Webb and Bo need to have their own little thing of, hey, here's what Sean wants you to do, but when that's not breaking, or when that's breaking down and there's nothing in front of you, your next thought should be, is there green grass in front of me? So is there, I don't even want to call it a number, but like designed runs versus his willingness to take off and scramble. What do you think that needs to be moving forward for Bo?
Yeah, what that needs to be moving forward is at least a couple of times a game. You need the reminder to the defense, because they prepared for Bo as a runner. You're not going to go into a week against the Broncos and be like, what, he can run?
Do you think teams are having a spy against Bo?
No, but they're ready for it, okay, right? And if that starts to take off, if that starts to work, that's when you'll adjust and you'll have spies there as well. But I think it definitely needs to be a part of the offense. A couple of design runs, always leaving room for a couple of scrambles, so 4 or 5 carries a game for Bo Nix. And it's something that Sean Payton was asked about after the game. So it's definitely on the mind of the media types. It's on the mind of Broncos country as well, because we know with Bo Nix it can work. And this offense needs as much help as it can get. And this offense, when you can attack a defense, use legs, keep those chains moving, because that's Sean's answer for everything. Why isn't the offense working? Well, we're not running enough plays. Well, we're going 3 and out too much. Okay, well, call better plays, and you'll be able to run more plays. And sometimes those called plays need to be a Bo Nix scramble.
Sean was asked about that. This was after the game on Sunday, because he had that big 25-yard run. You had called for it on Friday. It seemed like everybody in Broncos country was yelling it on social media. So Sean asked after the game, hey, when do you tell Bo to take off and run?
We don't talk about that. Like, in other words, his eyes are within the progression, but you got to be careful you don't tell that player too much when it comes to something like that. You know what I mean? Like, do you inhale or exhale when you backswing in golf? I don't want anyone to ask me that question. But I think there are certainly design runs you saw. Again, we got to keep working with his clock because it gets quick. There's someone open, and there's some throws he's going to want to correct. But that's a good problem to have. He doesn't take sacks.
All right, fun answer there from Sean. By the way, I inhale on my backswing.
I hold my breath
the whole time.
So nervous.
Now, I think there's a layers to this answer. He's protecting Bo a little bit. And he's also, in a weird way, which we've all wondered, myself specifically, hey, are you throwing too much at Bo? We've said, take some stuff off of the plate. Master what you know you do well, and then add layers after that. But in a way, I actually like what he's saying. Now, what he says and does are completely different things because he says this and doesn't do it. But what he's saying there is I don't want to overcomplicate it for Bo. I already have him, stirring a bunch of different pots every single play.
Right.
Me adding hey, maybe take off and run sometimes isn't healthy for Bo's thought process. And I can agree with him on that.
It's actually refreshing to hear Coach Payton say that.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Because I didn't think he would say that. I think he just keep telling a guy, do this and do this and do this. Yes, I know. And do this and do this and do this. Yes. It's like the honey-do list when you're like, your lady keeps going at you. But I know what's on the list.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me what's on the list. I already know. Give me some time. You know what I mean? So I think that's refreshing. Sean wouldn't do that. But, of course, it's running the ball. He's probably going to tell him, like, look for this guy. He's going to come wide open. Like, he's probably talking about passing game all the time. But, yeah, let Bo play. If Bo Nix ran a little bit more of this show and they simplified things in what Bo does best, this offense would look much better. It's too much too soon right now.
Yeah.
And, yes, it's halfway through his second year. But year 3, we should be able to see full Sean Payton playbook. Halfway through year 2, not yet.
No, it won't be there yet. And that's a conversation. I've been having this internal conversation, which probably means I'm crazy, of like, I need to understand. I think my emotion tied with this team has me thinking they have to go win the Super Bowl this year. And I don't even feel that way. I don't know that you even feel that way. You said it's a possibility. But like if we get to January and their season ends not with a Super Bowl championship, but with some success, we can have that conversation then.
Progress, yeah.
But I keep on telling myself, like, I got to start playing the long game. I got to start playing the Bo Nix is the quarterback of the Denver Broncos until 2040, dude. You know what I mean? Like, think about what that looks like. And if it goes right, Sean's the coach there of I'm a J.G. Wentworth commercial, man. It's my quarterback, and I want it now.
Right. Well,
but I need to realize there's some patience and a plan to this long game.
At the same time, I would caution you for this. Do you want to be the Baltimore Ravens? Do you want to be the Buffalo Bills? Now, you'd say, wait, at the beginning of the season, I was calling both those teams elite. They're different from everyone else. Here's the problem. They've waited around for their turn.
Sure.
Well, it's Kansas City's turn, but then it's going to be our turn. It's never your turn. Well, you have to go take it.
Being the bridesmaid gets old at a certain time.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, and that's who the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens are because they just let Kansas City take everything from them. Like, it's okay. We'll be there next year, right? Dan Marino went to one Super Bowl in his second year and never sniffed it again.
And I'm terrified of that. 100% with you on that. But I'm also, I'm okay with, hey, I haven't been the bridesmaid in a decade. I might be down to be a bridesmaid again for a year or two.
I got the invite.
Right. I'm back on the list.
I'm the maid of honor.
So, like, that's what I'm saying. I need to keep that in mind of maybe I'm cool being a bridesmaid for a year or two.
But what if you're looking at the standings right now, halfway through the year, the Colts, Patriots, and Broncos, that's the top 3.
Yes.
You have the Chiefs behind you. You have the Chargers behind you, hurt with 2 tackles out. You have the Bills behind you. What if this is the time to strike? Those elite teams, the Ravens, the Chiefs, they're behind you and the Bills.
Well,
maybe this is the time to strike and take advantage of
I'll go 25,000-foot view, Kev. It's always the time to strike.
Because
it's always the time to strike. Yeah, it's the NFL. It's too hard to win in this league, and you've put yourself in position. I said it yesterday, and people got offended, but get as offended as you like. They haven't done anything. You're 7-2. Did you win the Super Bowl?
No.
No. Okay. Did you make the postseason? No, not yet. You haven't done anything. You're 7-2. You've put yourself in position to make this run. Now make this run. As Kev says, now's the time to strike. It's always the time to strike, but really the work that you've done stumbling to get here offensively. You're stumbling, and you're 7-2. What is it like when you turn it on?
Kev, are you wanting them to be buyers today with what you just said?
Go all in.
Oh, really?
I want you to go get Jalen Waddle now. I want you to go all in.
First rounder like Stokely?
Whatever it takes.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
You have a chance where the really good teams are behind you, and you're in first, technically kind of like first place. Just go all in. I mean, the Nuggets, they went all in that year. What if the Nuggets never go back? You went all in for that 1 year. You never know if this could happen again. So I would take advantage of your opportunity right now.
Kev's a buyer. He's ready to buy. All right, Damien in Broomfield says, shout out Dover, Cecil, and the Tribe. Best show in Denver, Damien. That means a lot. Thank you so much. The Broncos should trade for Cesar Ruiz. He's a center, inside offensive lineman from the Saints. Need more depth up front so we can win the West and make a push for the Super Bowl. I love that feeling, Damien. They probably could use some depth across the offensive line, and if Sean Payton's going to be out here benching people, then they probably need some help across the offensive line.
Yeah, we're going to watch that and see what the Broncos do. It is 2 p.m. Mountain Time, the NFL trade deadline, and I personally believe, Denver Broncos will be buyers.
Jim in Littleton says no big trades. Hold on to draft picks except Lammy-like deals. Trade those back-end picks and get some depth and special teams help.
It's out there.
So he's willing to give up the trades that you said, 1 through 3 are value picks?
Yes.
Anything post, you can move around.
You can move those all day.
All right, Jim, hey, I'm with you on that, man. I am with you on that 100%. Mike is requesting Tribe crosstalk with the morning show. They're pounding the table for Taysom Hill. Completely wrong take. That would have been fun, actually, to go back and forth with them.
Okay.
They should do crosstalk.
Yeah. Pounding the table for Taysom Hill. Okay. Yeah. I've heard some stranger things, but not many.
It sounds like Sean Payton texts Mark Schlereth. All right. We'll get back to the Broncos situation and their trade scenarios. At 11 o'clock, we'll be right back to that. But we need to check out what's going on inside the internet. And you got to hear what the latest is over at 20th and Blake. All that talk about looking outside the organization. Not so fast, Montfort family. We'll give you the details on the latest frontrunner for general manager coming up next.
After a crushing loss on the road to Utah, the Buffs returned home and got blown out by Arizona. With the season pushed to the brink, will Coach Prime turn things over to Julian Lewis? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Colorado, here's the score. Groove Toyota has over 25 used vehicles priced under $10,000. That's right, dependable cars, trucks, and SUVs you can drive home today without breaking the bank. Just like game day, timing is everything. These deals won't last long, and when the clock runs out, they're gone. Groove Toyota is all in on Colorado, all in on value, and all in on getting you back in the game. So make your move. Groove Toyota on Broadway in Inglewood or shop GrooveToyota.com. Groove Toyota, all in on Colorado all season long.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rock's Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No cost, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rock's Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Roberto Coin is passion.
Roberto Coin is art.
Roberto Coin is love.
And Roberto Coin is right where you'd expect to find it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Dylan's sister Shayna, inviting you to our exciting Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th.
This holiday, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
And this holiday, Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
So come find your passion and the perfect gift.
The Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at DenverSports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
Your favorite song shouldn't have to wait for Wi-Fi. Switch to Straight Talk and get real unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, well, we want to talk some Rockies, but we got some breaking news within the last 60 seconds here. I'm seeing it for me in Rappaport. Everybody will have it at this point, but the first blockbuster trade has gone down, and it certainly has an effect on the Denver Broncos because the New York Jets are trading cornerback Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis Colts, who sit atop of the AFC right now, same record as the Broncos, but of course have beaten them on a field goal thanks to a leverage call. They now have a really great player in their secondary.
2 first-round picks.
Is that what the term is?
2 first-round picks.
2 first. I knew there'd be at least one of those things. They send 2 back to New York, who are clearly in a rebuild mode and have to figure a lot of things out. But selling Sauce Gardner is a big-time story and a giant play by the Indianapolis Colts, who are clearly all in today.
Yeah, they're all in. Chips moving to the middle of the table. Like, that's what they're doing, and the Broncos need to follow suit. That's it. Like, you make that sort of deal to a conference rival, a team that's already beaten you, a team that's playing way better offensive football than you are. Now they shore up their defense with one of the top corners in the league. Man, Indy just they threw them on the table. Let's just say that.
They did.
Mm-hmm. George Payton, you're up.
So 2 first-round picks goes and gets it done. And now the Colts, man, they have themselves a run to make. And I had forgot about this, but you confirmed during the break there, the Jets already had paid Sauce. So he's already got his big contract. Every year it gets, looks like there's more value when another player signs, like Pat Surtain has done. So that's the biggest deal of the day so far. We'll see what it looks like.
And
Rashid
Shaheed to the Seattle Seahawks. There's your big move. And there's the move the Broncos may have been in on as well.
That's what Jordan Schultz was talking about.
Yes, because Rashid Shaheed, potential target for the Denver Broncos at the wide receiver position. When we get what the trade actually was, we'll tell you. Because obviously the price must have been too rich for the Broncos. Dealing with Mickey Loomis, by the way, as Rashid Shaheed. Sam Darnold making tons of plays for Seattle. And Jackson Smith and Jigba on track for 2,000 yards receiving. Rashid Shaheed there with Torrey Horton and Cooper Kupp when he's healthy.
I mean, look at what Torrey Horton's done the last couple of weeks.
Okay, the haves and the have-nots are speaking in the NFL. What are you, Denver? What are you? Are you part of these teams that are going to make a run? Are you part of these teams that are going to shore yourself up to make the best possible run at the Super Bowl? You're not there yet. You're not there. You need to do something. These other teams are being serious about their intent for the future, and they're going for it.
Yeah.
They're not waiting in Seattle like, oh, it takes another year, and Darnold, it'll take more time. No, they're absolutely going for it.
Yeah, no term yet on that Rashid Shaheed deal, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's now, 3 minutes into major moves have been made as we are approaching 3 hours on the trade deadline. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll get back to it coming up at around 11 o'clock. But, Cecil, I did want to talk about a story inside the internet at DenverSports.com, of course, written by our buddy Jake Shapiro. And it's about these Colorado Rockies.
Ugh.
We had talked about, was it a week ago, that they were, talking to and possibly in conversations of making an offer or talking about term with Sade and Matt Foreman. Apparently, they're no longer in the running. The Athletic reported that they're not sure what transpired to prompt the Rockies to move in another direction. There was a report that there was an offer made and clearly turned down, which I would assume means it was a lowball number or there wasn't enough power given in the structure.
I would guess lowball number.
I would honestly guess both of those.
Okay.
You don't have enough power, and
right.
There's not enough money attached to this.
That's a real easy no then.
So, yeah, that's why'd you waste my time? No, is what that is. Now, there's conversations and a bunch of reports out there yesterday, including our own at DenverSports.com, that former Rockies right-handed reliever Adam Ottavino has talked to Dick Monfort about becoming the club's general manager. It's also unclear how serious the Rockies would consider Ottavino to run baseball operations, especially given that he's 39 years old, has never worked in a front office, was still on a roster not that long ago as a pitcher. Now, I think the conversation here is sparked because Ottavino used analytics to make himself better as a pitcher. But, man, you want to talk about optics and getting a big old fat F on your report card? If they gave Adam Ottavino, never been a general manager, a job as a general manager with ties to the organization, there goes all my hope for Walker Monfort.
Well, the hope that I have for Walker Monfort is still there, but I don't like the fact that Adam Ottavino's just able to talk to Dick.
He just gave him a call.
This search is being led by Walker Monfort with help from his pops, from Dick Monfort. But when Ottavino, with zero experience, can just throw his hat in the ring, you know what? I'm going to email Dick Monfort today, and I'm going to throw my hat in the ring as well.
Yeah.
Like, I like analytics. I like numbers. I like data. I like research. I like technology.
Yeah.
Like, Adam Ottavino is able to do this and actually have it released. Again, we don't know how serious it is, and hopefully it's very unserious from Walker Monfort. But Dick is allowing this to be considered, and it should have been brushed off immediately. Now, if Ottavino said, hey, I want to come back and pitch for you guys, yeah, that actually would make more sense than putting him in at general manager. So it's disheartening to me. I'll still put my trust, because that's all you have, in Walker Monfort to be different. But so long as Dick Monfort is kind of hanging around and putting in his 2 cents, which I'm sure are more than 2 cents, like, let Walker handle this thing. Dick, you don't need people sent from my iPad. You don't need Adam Ottavino reaching out with zero experience to be general manager of this team. Come on, you have to know better. Not only optics, just like you need better baseball guys. And I was hopeful, and still am, that Walker Monfort will make those right moves.
And look, like I said, I'm not going to give up on Walker until something like this were to be official. This is just a rumor and a report. There's nothing official
and we don't know how
this.
interested they are.
Right.
But Walker needs to tell Pops, yo, Pops, I got this, man.
I mean, they should have seen these reports yesterday, and honestly, if there were an emphasis on changing how you're perceived, there should have been a statement of like,
right.
Hey, there was a conversation between a former player and the Rockies owner, and an idea was floated by the former player. Nothing was talked about by our ownership group about bringing this guy on. If they cared about optics, that would be out here today.
Exactly. And the transparency, right? Deion Sanders saying, I'll be transparent. Well, shouldn't the Rockies be completely transparent in this?
Be nice.
And like, hey, we're continuing to look at executives with experience. Or you could put it out there without like throwing Ottavino under the bus. You could say experience is the hallmark of what we're looking for in a new executive to lead the Rockies into the future as general manager. And to, again, not just dump on Ottavino, but just to really emphasize how much experience means to you in this process. Yet we've heard crickets. And that's also very damning. So we have two damning things here. One, Dick is able to have this sort of sway still with Walker, and then they don't get out in front of this based on the reaction, which none of it was positive. No, even the biggest Rockies homer out there doesn't want Adam Ottavino as your general manager.
Why would you? He's never done it before.
Right.
By the way, your statement was pretty good. You might apply to be like a statement writer for the Rockies.
Like a PR writer?
Yeah. I know you need another job.
What's it pay?
Yeah, and free agency in Major League Baseball starts Thursday. So the Rockies don't have a general manager, and the countdown to build your roster is 48 hours away.
Yeah, here we go. Rockies gonna Rocky. So Walker, man, be as different from your dad as possible.
720-560 text. The only thing more Rockies than that would be rehiring Dan O'Dowd. Which, hey, might not be out of the possibility. Ryan the board op's in. He could be the first player/GM in history of the Colorado Rockies. So he wants him as a GM as long as he's willing to pitch for the club. It's just so Rockies is how it feels. Let's hope that it was just a report and that's all it was a conversation that Adam Ottavino started and threw out an idea that was quickly poo-pooed by the organization. I really, really hope that is the case. All right, hour one done, quarter two coming at you. Let's get back to those trades that went down. If you're just joining us right now, Sauce Gardner is out of New York and in Indy. Rashid Shaheed is out of New Orleans and not coming to Denver, on his way to Seattle. What's the latest? What are the rumors we're hearing about the Broncos? And do they have to be buyers? That's coming up next.
After another fourth quarter comeback, has Bo Nix proven that he has the it factor?
I'm confident Bo's going to continue to get better. This offense is going to continue to get better, and you're going to see more complete 60-minute efforts from this offense. But you know what? It is so good to know right away that we have a quarterback here who seems to have the clutch gene.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, sports fans, did you know that O'Mara owns GMC on 104th? And now it's time to check them out.
That's right, and O'Mara GMC announces the lowest lease payments of the year. GMC Hummer, just $549. Sierra 1500, just $479.
Lease a GMC Hummer for only $549 a month or a Sierra 1500 for just $479?
That's O'Mara GMC on 104th. OmaraGMC.com.
Stock SZ167052 and SU104091. See the website for complete details.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
These days, losing weight is such a roller coaster. You try the new medications, and when you stop taking them, you gain it all back.
Today is a new day.
Today is a new day.
Today is a new day.
Let Soda Weight Loss teach you the healthy, natural way to let go of the weight for good.
Do you know how good it feels to let go of 51 pounds of belly fat? And I did it without drugs, shots, or hunger. Because Soda Weight Loss works. Just look at all the Google reviews and all the thousands of before and after pictures.
For a limited time, 2 people can start with Soda Weight Loss for the price of 1.
What does that mean? It's more fun?
Double the motivation, double the results, half the cost.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
Take advantage of Soda Weight Loss 2-for-1 partner program. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. These days, we expect everything fast. Streaming, food delivery, even same-day shipping. So why should using the equity in your home to get cash be any different? At Cake Mortgage, we get fast. We just got a client approved for $300,000 in under 24 hours with our Cake Fast Cash program. If you're struggling with high-interest debt, roll it into one low monthly payment and save hundreds or more each month. The best part? You'll keep your current mortgage rate and only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and
Cecil hanging out with you till 2. We're in quarter number 2 right now on NFL trade deadline day. We are now 3 hours away, Cecil, and we've seen a couple of big moves already be made. The biggest is Sauce Gardner. He's out of New York City and on his way to the Circle City. That is Indianapolis. He'll be a Colt, and the Colts had to give up 2 first-round picks to go get an all-pro NFL cornerback, and then Rashid Shaheed has left New Orleans. I haven't seen the terms on that one just yet. But he's out of New Orleans, and he's on his way to Seattle to be another target for the Seahawks, who have come out of the gates swinging. So the Jets are getting, by the way, the full trade here, Adam Schefter has it 21 seconds ago. The Colts get Sauce Gardner. The Jets get a 26 and a 27 first-round pick and wide receiver A.D. Mitchell. So it's a player for player plus 2 first-round picks. Kevin just shared with us that there's some AFC executives saying that the Micah Parsons trade was a surprise, and this is even a bigger shock around the circles and front offices that is the NFL. Is it a shock because of where he's going? It's not really a shock that the Jets are going to have a fire sale. They stink.
Yeah, no, that's not a shock at all whatsoever. It's just the Colts making this type of move. That's a huge move. Couple of first-rounders. This is the definition of blockbuster right here.
Oh, yeah.
Will the Broncos be in line at blockbuster as well? Are they going to make a move for perhaps a wide receiver, whether it's Jalen Waddle, whether it's Brian Thomas? Like, there's activity and there's movement, and now there's even more pressure on George Payton. You've put yourself in position to be 7-2. You're put yourself in position to have the best record in the AFC, tied right now. Okay, other teams are improving. The top teams are improving. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you resting on your laurels? Do you think you're okay? Oh, we're good. No, you're not. Not where you need to be, and certainly not offensively.
Yeah, not offensively just yet. But see, I don't know that. So this is my question to you, Cecil, and I guess I'm going to ask for you to speak for everybody that wants them to be buyers.
Okay.
Does a new player fix Sean Payton's play calling? Does a new player come in here and go, Sean, especially a wide receiver or a tight end, you know what we really need to do now that I'm here? We need to run the ball more.
Okay. I have an answer, and hopefully it proves to be acceptable.
Okay.
Because my answer is merely this. Sean's always talking about, well, you got to move the chains, got to keep the chains going, want more plays. Troy Franklin have problems with concentration or not?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Pat Bryant, even once in a while, I believe in Pat Bryant. And again, Troy's got another year of development. Pat's got 2 more years of development. So there's no pressure, in my eyes, on those 2 young receivers. But if you were to get someone that can help move the chains, if it's Jalen Waddle, for example, and you get that speed, right? You always hear Brandon Stokely talk about speed. The Broncos need more speed. You get a guy like Jalen Waddle, now that's a receiving threat, taking the top off the defense with speed. Now you're opening up the field. So I understand, like, is it going to change Sean? Nothing's going to change Sean. But is it going to help move the chains? When that, pass play is called, even a screen, even if it's a Jalen Waddle screen, right? Some sort of tunnel screen, that's going to help move the chains. And then hopefully Sean Payton will start doing what he says, which is call more run plays and have more balance because you're running more plays, you're moving the chains, and your offense is getting into a rhythm. So it's a rhythm problem, really, just the entire Broncos offense. It's a rhythm problem. Then does one of these players, does Jalen Waddle help you with your rhythm? Yes, he does.
And I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't want it. I think it's, like I said.
You think it'll distract Sean? You think it'll go the other way where he's going to be too pass heavy? He's already pass heavy. How can he be more pass heavy? I don't want that answer.
Well, if
you have that answer,
he can be.
You're going to scare me with it.
I just look at what it is with Sutton, Pat, Troy, Marvin. I still want Evan Ingram to be used a little bit more. He's finally finding a way to get open. And like I said, I'm going to keep going back to the parent analogy. Sean Payton is a toddler in his playroom with toys spread all over the place. And you go, hey, I got you a new toy, but you need to pick up this mess before you do it. And he goes, yeah, right, give me the new toy. That's what we're doing here right now. Sean Payton's the spoiled toddler kid that hasn't picked up his room or even figured out how to play with this toy over here. It's still halfway in the package, and we go, let's get him a new toy. Figure out that toy, Sean. Make sure you pick up your room over here before we start giving you more things. I just think we're catering to a coach that hasn't figured out what he's doing yet with this roster.
But what if the toy makes other toys better?
I don't believe that to be true, though. I know that's where we disagree.
Right,
and that's
right.
okay. You do, I don't.
So, Cortland Sutton, right? Toy you should feature, and he shouldn't have less targets than Troy Franklin. That's preposterous.
No.
So, if you get a Jalen Waddle, and let's just stick with Waddle, I like the idea of Brian Thomas a lot. I mean, a lot in this Sean Payton offense. But let's just stick with Jalen Waddle for the time being. Jalen Waddle's speed would help. You're going to double Jalen Waddle. That opens things up for Court. So that's going to, by nature of his mere presence, help Sean Payton. Because if Sean calls something for Court, Court's going to be open because he's not going to be bracketed. And your best corner every single week would go to Jalen Waddle's side. And that doesn't say anything negative about Court. It's just that's the speed and playmaking ability that Waddle would bring to the field.
Yeah, and then so Pat Bryant's pushed to the curb.
Yeah.
He's the toy you rip his head off and you throw him away like you're Sid, the kid on Toy Story.
Actually, it might be a little bit of Franklin, honestly, because Bryant could block. Franklin is an effort guy. His effort isn't poor blocking, but Bryant is a way better blocker. And you know Sean Payton, that means a lot. So perhaps that means less of Franklin, which they've been trying to force too much Troy Franklin. Again, he's still got another year before I start really ranting and raving about what Troy Franklin should and shouldn't be doing. But if they're clearly in the wide receiver market, and that's clearly a Jalen Waddle, a Brian Thomas, you look and go, okay, one of these young guys, Sean Payton said it's not a statement. It's just one of these young guys is going to have to take a back seat.
I just don't want it. I don't want it. Like I said, you and I are going to disagree on this.
You don't want the
throughout
Broncos
day.
to be better?
I don't think it makes them better.
Really?
I actually think it would hurt
Jalen Waddle wouldn't make them better.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. Because then
I really want it to happen.
We get Jalen Waddle on the team, and obviously he wouldn't play against the Raiders on Thursday.
Yeah, right.
But you get him ready for Kansas City, and you go, oh, wow, they got Jalen Waddle. Really cool that he got 2 targets. Oh, they got Jalen Waddle against the Commanders in a few weeks. Really cool that he got 5 targets. What happened to Troy Franklin? Man, Pat Bryant was really good out there blocking. Now he doesn't even get a jersey on game days.
Well, I think Bryant would.
Well, I know. I'm using some examples of what the players may be.
Yes. I believe that the better talent would help this team move the chains. The better talent would help this team be more dangerous offensively. Their offense isn't set. I'm not going to say their offense is broken because it'd actually have to have an identity for it to be broken.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. It's just kind of ragtag, throw it together. Fourth quarter, you're going to do it, right? Okay, let's go do it. How about you have a consistent offense? And I believe that an upgrade to either backup running back, tight end, or wide receiver would help bring more consistency to the field. And I think that's what we all want.
Yeah, I want him to make a trade. I want him to get better at inside linebacker. Can't trust Alex Singleton in coverage, and I can't trust Dre Greenlaw's body. That's what they need to be focusing on today. Sean Payton doesn't need any new toys. He's already a spoiled kid with a playroom full of toys in packages that haven't even been opened yet. And I don't buy kids toys when they live like that already.
Well, Sean's going to be the spoiled kid.
He clearly already
He's going to be
is
the
that.
spoiled kid, yes.
I want to get back to that Nuggets conversation. We said it, Cecil. I got to talk to you about your man, Julian Strawther.
Yes.
I think there's some good signs moving forward. And if you had to pick between the development of this guy versus this guy, who would you pick? We'll insert the names and make that decision next.
This Veterans Day, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan needs your help as we look to give back to those who have served their country. Teaming up with Foundation Cadillac, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is giving away 1 year of free oil changes to one of our state's many veterans. To nominate a current or former service member, head to denversports.com/veteran. That's denversports.com/veteran. To all our nation's veterans, we at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan thank you for your service.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
At Postman Law, we're not your typical personal injury firm. Our lawyers have argued and won at the United States Supreme Court. We've gone head-to-head with giant corporations like Uber and Amazon, and we've helped clients recover billions in verdicts and settlements. We bring that same firepower to every case, no matter the size. When you've been injured, having the right lawyer matters. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
It's holiday season again, which is great, but also a time of great stress. Planning and paying for friends, family, bills, gifts, etc. can make what should be the best time of the year into the most stressful. At U.S. Mortgages, we want to help reduce stress and debts. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed, 5.81 APO.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. If the market improves after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Lower your bills and stress, save money, and no payments until January of 26. Plus, access up to $15,000 in cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to talk about Julian Strother.
Julian Strother, my guy, man. Slashing it in from the arc.
See, I'm always
showing some quick confidence.
Like I'm rooting. I always root for the Nuggets. I'm a Nuggets fan.
Yeah.
But like I root for Julian even more because I know he's your guy.
I love him.
I'm like, I want Cecil to be happy about his guy.
That's why I watched Jamal so closely, because I'm like, okay, what's Dover? Is Dover, like, he missed that shot. Is Dover going to bring that shot up? But with Julian, it's exactly what he needed to do last night. That's almost the perfect performance from Julian Strother, because you need to come in, be instant energy. And the great thing about the bench, the great thing about the staggered lineups is that you've got an energy guy like Strother. You can slow it down and feed Big Val in the post.
He's so good one-on-one.
Oh, my God.
So good.
I mean, he should still be starting somewhere.
When he's back.
And he's your backup.
He did it again. It's their backup last night, but the Kings' backup. Dude, he's
just backing him down.
It's like me trying to guard Stink in the paint. He just bullied me till I'm under the rim.
Right.
And he just turns around and makes a layup.
But look at the different styles that you have when the bench comes in. And they did leave Valanciunas out there a little bit longer, and I'm glad about that. But I was wondering, okay, with the Kings keeping things close, is Adelman going to get nervous and do the Malone thing of like, Joker, you're in? He kept Val out there, and part of the help that you had when the Kings were trying to make that run is that Strother would keep putting it in the bucket.
Yeah. And here's what I was going to say, like, insert name. Who would you pick to develop and be a part of the, not really the core, because neither of them are going to be, but a part of the core coming off of the bench? You can only pick one. I know in a perfect world, we all want both. You think that Payton Watson fully developed or Julian Strother fully developed? I think Payton's probably closer to his ceiling.
Yes.
But Julian's is bigger.
Yes.
It's just going to take him more time to get there. If you only pick one to be with this team as a core member coming off the bench for the foreseeable future, Cecil Lammy, who do you pick?
Yeah, it's going to be Julian Strother. You got to put it in the bucket, and you got to be better from the arc. This team is not good from the arc. I know that Watson has done it a few times, and we certainly appreciate any offensive output.
Well, he was 0 for last night, though.
Exactly. So you appreciate when he does it, but you don't want him doing it too much, and it seems like at times, maybe too often, when he's cold, they just keep calling it up, keep dialing it up for Watson. So for me, I appreciate Watson's rebounding and his blocking shots ability.
Yeah.
Why
Shot
can't I
blocking
speak?
ability.
Shot blocking ability. There you go. But it's Strother because of the offensive upside that you have and that sort of instant offense. Like you need to make a run or you've made a run. You need to make sure your bench doesn't give it back up. Have a guy like Strother in there. If he's hot, he's going to keep lighting you up from the arc.
I'm not meaning for this to be disrespectful, but with this qualifier, you can tell where this is going. Peyton Watsons are a dime a dozen in this league. There are 25 Peyton Watsons sitting on NBA benches right now. That's a replaceable player. Now, as Julian sits today, I'm not saying you can't go find another guy like Julian.
Right.
But as we're just talking about with what that ceiling could be and look like, a guy like Julian that can shoot it, can create his own shot with some of that step back. Sometimes he does it too much when he's out there. But he also has a little bit of a dribble, drive, float game, which is hard to find coming off of the bench. And if that gets developed, you're talking about Brucey being old in a couple years. You don't know the future of Tim Hardaway and what this bench is going to look like in 2027. It could be led by a guy like Julian Strother, who, by the way, can also handle the ball. He's not a great point guard, but neither is Peyton Watson. They're letting him have that responsibility. You nailed it, dude. The answer is Julian Strother. Now, they're in a situation now where you can kind of play both of them. And if you look at time played last night, Peyton Watson still is getting 9 more minutes than Julian Strother. I want that to be so much more even moving forward.
Right.
I'm not saying Peyton's out and the odd man out yet. But when Julian starts to show some signs of life, and by the way, you have Bruce Brown and Big JV on the bench, so there's your defensive presence. I think this should kind of swing back to the side of Julian Strother and let him be the player that gets developed off the bench. And then you're willing to, hey, anybody need a defender coming off the bench? We're willing to have a conversation about trading Peyton Watson.
Right, and we know that when the decision was made on Christian's contract, it was also made on Peyton.
Exactly right.
In a way. So I think that their kind of future dominoes are right in front of us, and it doesn't include Peyton Watson. It can include, and as important as Brucey B was to the championship run, and it's so great to have him back out there.
Dude, he's just so fun to
Everything
watch
he's
play.
doing, it's so much fun. Love the head. I was almost going to wear a headband during the Nuggets game last night just for Brucey B. But as important as Brucey B was to the 2023 championship, Strother can be that for this team. The Denver Nuggets can win the championship, and we can all look at the contributions of Julian Strother as one of the key pieces for the bench. He can be that guy, and he can be that guy right now, this year, with the confidence that he's having and with him staying hot. That's the main key. Don't have his confidence shaken. Know that you're going to shoot your way out of it. That's what shooters do. That's what Strother is. The offensive upside is there, and he can be a key cog for this championship run.
Going back to Brucey for a second, we talked about his post-game interview. First of all, he's got the headband. He's got the mustache. He's got the Nuggets tattoo on his arm. It's like, and especially you've done this longer than I have, but we've both done this for a little while, of you kind of get like grumpy old man athlete sometimes.
Sure.
It's a job sometimes, right? It's still a job to those guys sometimes. They know, most of them know how fortunate and blessed they are to be in the position they're in. But some people, it's a job, and they're kind of, I mean, for lack of a better term, like grumpy old men. You know what I mean?
Right.
When you talk to them. It is so refreshing to see Bruce Brown in a Nuggets uniform. And he said it. I love being here. I love playing in front of these fans. Like he's giving them the shout out.
Right.
And it's genuine. It's not that cliche stuff that athletes say, like best fans in the world. Like Brucey came back here. Brucey wasn't going to get a giant payday like the Pacers game, but he could have made more money. It's so refreshing to see an athlete enjoy what they do for a living and be where they want to be, playing the sport that they love. That's what Bruce brings every single night. It's cool to see, dude.
And on a team that can win it all. Like you can make that championship run. They need to be better from the arc. Because you mentioned like Peyton Watson. We don't have to cut his playing time yet. When do you? Oh, postseason.
well, dude, I might be willing to do it even sooner if Julian starts to
get hot.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you look to trade a Peyton Watson.
I mean, if Julian's playing 10 minutes a game and is shooting a 40% clip from 3, how do you keep him off the floor?
Right. You don't.
And I think he can do that.
You don't. And you're waiting and still continue to wait with Cam Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I think he needs to get that dribble drive game going. And I thought last night, okay, you get inside 15, and Cam Johnson has a little bit of a floater as well. So as you're looking for more offensive help, you're looking at Julian Strother coming off the bench, and you're still waiting on Cam Johnson to do more. It's been disappointing so far, but I still have hope. And based on his efforts and his full game, his well-rounded game, it's not going to match MPJ from the arc, but his well-rounded game is something that I look forward to every time I watch the Nuggets.
Nicola made an interesting statement last night about Cam.
Oh, Westbrook made interesting statements last night too.
We're going to get to that. Joker said, quote, this is on Cam Johnson, he doesn't want to mess it up, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe he overthinks sometimes, but that's fine. I think that's normal. He's a smart player. He's going to figure it out, end quote from Nicole.
Yeah, we said about a week ago, it looks like when you watch Cam Johnson, he's the new guy, and he's trying to fit in. Just fit in, Cam.
Yeah.
You belong here.
He's almost like the new guy of like, I really don't want to make Nicola mad by screwing up. Make sure I do everything right.
Exactly.
It's like Nicola understands you're going to make mistakes. He clearly trusts him, call him a smart player.
Right.
He is going to figure it out. Our original timeline was Thanksgiving. We're still a few weeks away from that. I think he's going to be just fine by the time we get to carving up the bird on Thanksgiving.
No problem there, but let's continue to put a pin in the Julian Strother, Payton Watson conversation and see how this thing plays out.
All right, want to tell you about our fan flyaway. It is back better than ever thanks to 303 Law 4040. This time, we're sending a lucky listener and a guest to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. Here's what you get if you win. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 in your pocket. For more information and to register, go to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered into a previous flyaway contest, you're already registered for this one because once you sign up for a flyaway, you're entered for all future fan flyaways. We will take care of that for you. Our buddy James Palmer, he's got a very interesting tweet out just about 10 minutes ago. His tweet reads, I wouldn't sleep on the Broncos making some noise. What kind of noise will be made, and is it sending any sort of message to the locker room when said noise is made? That conversation's next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, DenverSports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Roberto Coin is passion.
Roberto Coin is art.
Roberto Coin is love.
And Roberto Coin is right where you'd expect to find it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Dylan's sister Shayna, inviting you to our exciting Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th.
This holiday, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
And this holiday, Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
So come find your passion and the perfect gift.
The Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with Todd Whalen from Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd, the government is shut down. The IRS is shut down. But what does that mean for folks who are dealing with the IRS?
Yeah, Mike, it's big news. The IRS has been laying off people again. So my advice right now really would be to take care of the problem while nobody's looking, especially if you have unfiled tax returns. It's better to kind of slip them in right now when nobody's looking. A lot less scrutiny. And so now's the time to get in and, save yourself the stress. The slower they move, the better job we can do and the better outcome you're going to have. But if they're hot and heavy on your back, that's not the time to take care of a tax problem. So for your own peace of mind and sanity, if you have unfiled tax returns, give us a call today.
There he is, Todd Whalen, with over 30 years of experience helping people with their IRS issues. Please take advantage of what he can do for you. Call Advanced Tax Solutions 303-753-6040.
Discover incredible savings at the Mountain High Appliance Clearance Center in Denver. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Our clearance center offers a huge selection of ranges, refrigerators, laundry, and more. Save up to 60% on open box, scratch and dent, display models, and overstocked appliances from Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. When you're looking for great deals on appliances, our clearance center is your go-to destination for the best prices and selection.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down. But don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
So, our buddy James Palmer,
wow,
he's got a little tweet out there. Anytime you use the emoji eyes, I always get intrigued by that. James Palmer, again, if you missed it 15 minutes ago, he tweeted, "I wouldn't sleep on the Broncos making some noise." He's at, what's his Twitter handle? At James Palmer TV, if you want to go check it out. Would not sleep on the Broncos making some noise. We are 2.5 hours away from the deadline coming and going. So, Cecil, if he's hearing some things,
yeah,
that must mean conversations are going on. And I mean, noise, the term itself, that word that doesn't mean it's like a depth offensive lineman or a gunner on special teams like I suggested earlier.
Right.
Noise means a splash.
A splash play. And that's where Mike Kliss said Monday things would start happening. James Palmer said Monday things would start happening. If there's a Windhorse meme, and if you're driving, keep your hands on the wheel. But if you're not, everyone do the Windhorse like.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I brought up Brian Thomas this morning. There's a reason why. Now, it's the connection with Bo Lowry, the LSU connection, because Bo was very tight with Jaden Daniels, who was the Jaden throwing to Brian Thomas. So Brian Thomas, Jalen Waddle, these are the splashy-ish moves. If you look at Jacksonville, where Brian Thomas is at, the LSU wide receiver, Jacksonville does not have a 2026 first-round pick. So would you be willing, and I hesitate somewhat, but I'm getting excited, dude, and I'm getting a little pissed off that the Colts made this monster move.
That is getting
the Colts are making a Super Bowl move. Can you match that? And I believe a Jalen Waddle or Brian Thomas would match that. Oh, you got sauce? Well, Broncos got BTJ.
Were you just about to say, though, you'd be willing to give a first-round pick for that guy?
If it's 32, I'd be okay with that.
Well, you can't guarantee me that today. Which, I see, not only am I out on wide receivers.
You're out on first rounders.
Hell to the no.
Okay.
If they're making a move today, I mean, the guy I want's DeMario Davis. He's not getting. You're not.
You get him for a 7th.
I was gonna say you're not giving up a 3rd for that guy. You're probably not giving up a 5th for that guy. That's something I'm willing to do. I saw their draft status today. They have all of their picks plus the 4th from New Orleans and are missing a 6th-round pick. So they have 7 picks this year. Maybe I'm willing to. Not even maybe. I know I'm willing to part ways with that extra 4th if it's going to get them better. Like I said, I think that's an inside linebacker or somebody that can help at that spot on the defensive side covering tight ends.
Did George Payton already kind of tick off Mickey Loomis?
Oh, what'd he do?
Hosed him for Devon Vele. Sorry, I know Zach will get offended, but get as offended as you like.
Yeah.
Devon Vele can't even see the field. Now, maybe without Rashid Shaheed, now he can. But maybe the way you fleeced him for Devon Vele, what's he got, like 3 catches? Whatever the number is. It's less than 10.
I don't know. I don't watch Saints football.
Yeah, it's not many. So maybe that is because it's a 4th and a 5th, if I got that right, for Rashid Shaheed to Seattle. Seattle making these moves. And they already have Torrey Horton.
Dude, their roster's stacked right
They
now.
are stacked right there. So I want the Broncos to follow a similar suit because we know at 7-2, they're not there. They're not 7-2 and dominant. They're dominant defensively, but boy, wouldn't it be nice if the offense could do a little bit of that as well. And these price tags are going to be affordable on some of these other players, whether it's Demario Davis at inside linebacker or Jalen Waddle at wide receiver. That's not going to be as affordable. Brian Thomas Jr. not as affordable, but you mentioned his contract. He's on a rookie deal.
He's on a rookie deal.
You can add a true number 1 wide receiver, and I believe Cord is as well. So you're going to have 2 number 1 receivers to trot out there if you were to make a move. I so want the Broncos to do it.
Yeah, you're at a spot. I'm not there just yet. You're all in. You're pushing your chips to the middle of the table. And I'm like half in. I'm going, get somebody at inside linebacker, figure out, Sean, do your job as the head coach, figure out how to unlock these wide receivers, find more out of Evan Ingram, get Bo to be Bo that we saw a year ago. And I think this team, that's the upgrade from this team. Sean getting his quarterback in the right spot, unlocking Evan Ingram, getting a point of emphasis on Cortland getting involved and continuing to run the football. If he does those things, that's the upgrade that the Denver Broncos need.
The Broncos are looking for that upgrade, though, and I believe George Payton's been working on it for a while. It's his turn. It's his turn to do something.
By the way, we also found out Sean has never traded for a wide receiver on trade deadline day. So if that's the case, it would be Sean breaking his own little rule here. I don't know if it's rule or history that he's never done.
Well, and I will say this. If we want to recreate the Oregon experience, not offense, but experience for Bo Nix, we have to go back and realize that in college he had 2,000-yard receivers that he supported and a tight end in Terrence Ferguson.
That's pretty good.
Because the other 1,000-yard receiver was Tez Johnson.
Oh, wow.
His adopted brother.
Yeah.
And in addition to Troy Franklin.
Let me ask you this before you go any further.
Yes.
Who's better at game planning, Dan Lanning or Sean Payton?
Dan Lanning's system's a lot simpler. And Dan Lanning knows what to do with that offense to attack an opponent.
As simple, not led to success?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, lots of points, lots of consistency. Yeah. I think that's the main thing that we're looking for. They've got this, baby. 7-2, they've got success.
Yeah, you're right.
I want them to be consistent because I don't want this success to seem shaky. And doesn't it seem shaky? I mean, honestly, we're the Bo Show. We love the Broncos. It's great to have this team winning at the rate that they are, but it feels shaky right now. It feels unsteady. You feel great about the defense, but you're just concerned about this offense. I want more consistency.
How much of some of these rumors and rumblings, and I'm not saying James got, but they'd certainly use a guy like James to play the game.
Yeah.
How much of this is Sean playing the game and going, oh, let's get Seattle to give up some capital? Not that Seattle's in their way, but you know what I mean? Like playing the game of, like Sean likes to play, it's how he achieved Bo or drafted Bo.
I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible, although it's not nice. The people that agents use just and hit you over the head with information, because agents run the news cycle, okay? And that's the sad and pathetic thing is that any quote-unquote insider is just being used in a way by an agent. Mm-hmm. Hopefully the information is good. But if I look at who the agents use the most to get out the information that usually is bad, they're saying no deal for the Broncos. So if James is saying it and Kliss is saying it like, hey, watch out here. Jordan Schultz saying like, hey, watch out here. I'm going to go, okay, there's something there.
Yeah.
And Kliss really tripped it last week when he said, yeah, Monday they'll start looking at this. Oh, well, it's Monday.
Yeah.
So, again, know where that information is coming from and know how this game is played. This game is played by agents to create a market for their players. There's already a market for Jalen Waddle. You don't need to do that.
No, you don't.
There's already a market for Brian Thomas Jr. You don't need to do that. Now, the teams remaining that need wide receiver help include Buffalo.
David Njoku, market for him or no?
Yes, there is a market. Smaller market, but it is there. Now, look at the teams remaining. You want the Steelers to go get Jalen Waddle? Because they're interested. The Buffalo Bills
that one scares me.
are interested as well. I'm not scared about the Steelers either, but you have a team in the Colts that's tied with you and that beat you, so they're ahead of you. You have a team in the Steelers that are behind you, but you could face them in the postseason. You have a team in Buffalo that may be the wild card team in that division because they've waited around. It's our turn. It's never your turn. They now could go get a true wide receiver like Jalen Waddle, and the Broncos are sitting on their hands. Why? So in this sort of market where the competition's already there, I'm thinking the Broncos need to make this move because other teams are getting better, and they, as of yet, are not.
Is there a message to be sent? Our buddy Mike Kliss asked that question. Here's the back and forth with Mike and Sean about messages in the locker room.
Mike, we would never make a trade to send a message to the team. Everyone in the locker room, our players, coaches, management, front office, knows that we're all in to win. The trade would take place, this supposed trade, is if we found value in something that could help us, period. That's it. We're not looking to send a message.
All right, so no message to be sent. Even when I heard the original question from Mike, I thought, all right, if there's a what's the message? If you go get Njoku, that you missed on Evan Ingram, isn't the message to George Payton and Sean Payton himself? If they go trade for a wide receiver today, I go, yeah, there's a message being sent that you guys don't like the players you picked in the draft the last 2 years.
I would say the message being sent is they need to make this Super Bowl run. I personally believe that it's not that Pat Bryant isn't working out. Pat Bryant is. He's just 2 years away from hitting his stride as a receiver. I'm not saying Troy Franklin isn't working out. He's got more targets than Cortland Sutton, and he is to as much as he can. But again, receivers take 3 years. Franklin's got another year of development. If you get Jalen Waddle, go now. He's your number one now. He's the guy that defenses have to adjust to. If you get Brian Thomas Jr., there's your slant god. There's your player that you could go to and be the Michael Thomas. He's literally almost a carbon copy of Michael Thomas. I know that they said Pat Bryant was, but again, 3 years. In 3 years, Pat Bryant's going to be awesome. Right now, he's a great blocker. That's a work in progress as a receiver. Brian Thomas Jr. could come in and be your slant god for Bo Nix. He could be Bo Nix's favorite target if you make this move today.
All right, Broncos Country Tribe members out there, what say you? You want a deal? You want to go get a wide receiver, or you think they're all right where they are with the proper development?
I'm excited, man.
I'm
excited.
Sean Payton. Cecil wants him to go all in. I don't think they need to do that. You break the tie. Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos Law, 303-713-1043. Tell Cecil over on YouTube, Denver Sports YouTube. Click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. There's no wrong answers here. It's just our personal opinions as to where we are. But we want to know what you think on this trade deadline where we inch closer and closer every single hour. We got to check our X, and we're going to go to Boulder, where they're doing something strange, and I'm not sure it's a benefit for Buffs fans, but we'll let you decide when we tell you what Deion decided yesterday. Coming up next.
Is Sean Payton asking too much from his sophomore quarterback?
I think there's so much pressure on the quarterback from the coach to be perfect and to be perfect right now. And then he's inaccurate. He's throwing interceptions. There's that unnecessary pressure from a coach who's not putting his quarterback in a position to succeed by running the freaking football.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company. who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you don't think doing a quick and free check of your finances is worth it, let me share this recent customer story. Jason and Barbara H. from Denver called us wanting to see if they could save money. Credit was okay, and there was a good amount of debts. Their fear was another lender they went to first, shame on them, told them yes in the beginning and then denied them during the process. When they called us, we not only approved the loan, we saved them $3,900 a month.
What? $3,900 a month?
Yes, this couple just saved $3,900 a month by calling U.S. Mortgages. And best of all, with our lowest rate for life guarantee, if the market improves in the future, even as little as 0.5%, they can redo the loan and increase their savings further without any lender or appraisal fees. You could be our next success story. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. If you find yourself in a car accident, do not tell the insurance company you are fine. They will hold that against you even if you end up with medical bills 3 months later. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Well, if you get this tweet that we're going to share, I might need you to walk me through it and explain it to me like I'm a first grader. Because we know things aren't great up in Boulder. We know there are more questions than answers, and we hope with the official announcement today and the rumors and reports yesterday that we get some signs of life and hope and light at the end of the tunnel when Julian Lewis gets his first start this weekend against West Virginia. That's something to look forward to see how they look. But I think this is an interesting move, and I honestly think it's pretty weak on Deion Sanders' part. A tweet from Brian Howe, who covers the Buffaloes and has for a very, very long time. And Brian does it for Buff Zone and the Boulder Daily Camera. Brian tweets, after not making any players available to the media after the loss to Arizona on Saturday, Colorado isn't providing any players or assistant coaches to media this week leading up to the game at West Virginia. Brian writes, not sure if this ever happened during my time on the CU Buffs beat. And then it's kind of interesting to read the replies. A lot of the replies are this first guy, Chris Castro, who pays for Twitter, says, there isn't anything to talk about with them, honestly. Paying for Twitter is just, I'm certainly judging you.
Yeah.
But more. Well, you don't have to talk to the players. There's nothing really to talk about. For me, it's not that, and I know I'm close to it. I'm obviously in the media.
Yeah.
I'm not a day-to-day beat reporter. I'm not a journalist. I had no interest in being a journalist coming into this stuff. But those folks that are have a job to do.
Right.
And now Brian Howe, Adam Munster-Tiger, I think there are a handful of good people that work up there.
Yes,
that
very
aren't
good people.
just the groupies that fall in line and believe everything that's coming out of that program's mouth. Brian's one of them. Adam's one of them. I feel bad for those people day to day. And Brian's not this antagonizer, instigator type of person. He's not sharing this tweet to make it viral. He's sharing this tweet because his job is to share information with Buffalo's fans. And now Deion Sanders has said, you're not allowed to do that this week.
Yeah, Deion Sanders saying, I have all the answers. I'm not going to tell you. I know what the answer is, but I'm not going to tell you. We're going to be transparent, but I'm not going to tell you. And put all your hatred on me? What? Because I've been hated from that. Dude, you make $10 million a year. Stop.
Yeah.
No one is buying that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, poor Deion Sanders. You make $10 million a year. That's part of your job. It's going to come with it. And as far as not having players talk, it's Bush League. It's absolutely Bush League for Colorado to hide their coordinators and hide their players during a time where we all have questions about Deion Sanders and what's going on there. We could get some answers, and guys like Brian Howell, they would dig for those answers.
That's right.
Right? And they would bring it to you in a pro-Buffaloes way and not in a groupie way. So, it's very odd. It's showing Deion with his, I guess, power and control over things, but it's not the way you run a college team.
You know what? Bush League is a great term. That's
absolutely what it is.
Well said on your part, Cecil. But you know what this else is? And I don't have a lot of ill will or, hey, this guy's not doing a good job. I actually kind of think the opposite. Rick George went and landed Deion Sanders. There's some things that Rick could be better at, like, holding Tad's feet to the fire a little bit more on the basketball side of stuff. But if I would believe this in multiple other programs, if your head coach tried to say, hey, we're not making anybody available this week, where's somebody in the athletic department, if not the athletic director, that goes, whoa, you don't get to make that decision.
Right.
This is our program, our university. Content is king, is it not, Cecil? Is content not king? Shouldn't the university care about the CU Buffs Twitter, Instagram, putting out some content? And here's the other thing I have a problem with Deion making this decision. Not only is he hurting reporters from doing their job, he already doesn't let a lot of guys go into practice. He'll let the people that talk nice about him, which I hate already, because then that means there's not honest and real reporting going on.
Right.
It means you're suckling at the teats.
It's
so that
propaganda.
You get access.
We have CU propaganda. That's what it is.
But you know what I wonder? And I bet I'll find out, because I'll go to youtube.com/Deion Sanders or whatever their channel name is, and I bet you there's content from this week. Because guess who will be at practice? Deion Sanders Jr. And guess what will be on Deion Sanders Jr.'s shoulder, or I guess in his hand, because it's not 1992 anymore, a camera. And then that video will show up on their narrative-controlled content page that is YouTube, where they make extra money off of being the coach of Colorado that the university does not see a dime of. So I think Rick George needs to answer to some of this as well. Why are you letting Deion make these sort of decisions?
Well, it was probably part of the contract situation, or at least an unspoken, agreed upon coming together of like, hey, I'm going to be able to do everything, right? Of course, Deion, you're going to stay, right? We're going to sell your jerseys at the team bookstore. For me, Deion Sanders is living in the past. He's living in the past on his past glory. I love Deion Sanders. I absolutely love him. But he is behaving in a way where he's like, when he was a stud, when he was prime time, and he could show up and tell the Giants or whoever, like, you're not drafting early enough to get me. When he can show up and run his 40 and then run back to the limo, like, that's when you're at your peak. When you can force your way out of Atlanta, go to San Francisco, win a Super Bowl, then go to Dallas and win another Super Bowl. When you can do those sorts of things, you can behave in these sorts of ways. When you're a terrible coach of a bad football team, you've got to be transparent. No, nobody's buying the Deion Sanders, like, did you hear him? He's wearing a cowboy hat. He's wearing his sunglasses. I came up on my algorithm, I don't know why, of like one of the blenders, right? And I have a pair of blenders. I have the prime pair, right?
Glasses,
I have the red sunglasses.
They're cool.
They're cool. I don't need to see Deion Sanders schlepping Depends or blenders or anything. I need him winning games, because then when he's winning games, you know what he can do? Act like this. Until then, this is Bush League.
Yep, it's Bush League. That's the correct term. Very well said, Cecil Lammy. Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
You want a really weird story?
Yeah,
like a really weird story. And I don't know, and I don't want to pull on heartstrings here, Drew. Because we've all lost pets in our lives, right?
Of course,
and
yeah.
it's usually quite devastating, you know what I mean? And for me personally, like growing up on a ranch and losing one of our best cow dogs and Bear, I still remember trying to keep him alive. I still remember my entire family huddled around our best dog.
Dude.
As Dad was trying to sew him up.
Bear's a cool dog name, too.
And Bear was awesome. He was awesome. And I was in charge of, like, trying to, like, make sure that he was okay when Dad was trying to sew him up. And he didn't live. But I just remember all 5 of us, my entire family, on the tailgate of the old Willie's Jeep, trying to save Bear's life.
Man.
So I know what it's like to lose an animal that means a lot to you. Horses, dogs, cats, etc. Tom Brady revealed that his current dog, Junie, is a clone of his late dog, Lua, who died in December 2023. And this is making the rounds. Bleacher Report had this, so it's not conspiracy theory or anything like that. Bleacher Report has tweeted this. Other people have talked about it. The dogs were cloned by Colossal Bioscience, a biotech company that Brady is an investor in, using blood collected prior to Lua's death. So I ask you and I ask the tribe.
What?
It's a heavier question. It's a odd question. But would you clone your favorite animal so that you would have your favorite at least someone that looked like your favorite animal, your favorite pet, the way that Tom Brady did with his dog, apparently. And again, Bleacher Report's got this, whatever.
Sure.
So,
dude,
it's just very odd.
I'm so down with this.
You're down with this?
I'm glad that we have some trial samples going on. Let's see if, was it Junie? Let's see
Junie,
if Junie at some point rips Tom Brady's face off while he's sleeping because it's possessed by some sort of demon.
Yeah.
Let's figure out if that goes down. But, dude, you know how much I love my dog. When Bruce goes, I'm going to need about a month off
Would you
of work.
clone your wiener dog?
Yeah, 100%. 100% of
Drew,
cloning my dog.
Anybody else?
I am so in on this.
Anybody here? Like, it just seems odd to me. I would actually vote against it.
Can I,
But it seems like Drew would, and I don't mean to be personal, but you lost your dog recently. Would that be a consideration for the family?
Absolutely not. No.
Really?
But we also made the decision that we weren't replacing our dog with any dog in general.
Yeah.
But replacing it with a clone is weird as hell.
Yeah.
Is it?
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
and Josh,
weird to me.
You put me on Team Cecil here, and I don't like it. Okay? I don't like it one bit.
I'm sorry, Drew.
You've been on Team Cecil before. It's okay.
I know, and it feels weird. It feels dirty.
But isn't this weird?
It's
Tom
really
Brady's
weird.
got a clone dog.
It's really weird.
Can I take it another step further?
Does it take away the specialness? Like, I'm fascinated by this question because, like, you have such a special relationship, and then it's a clone. It's not that dog.
Right. Okay, I hope I don't make it weird here real quick.
Okay, yeah.
So when is this, like, humans?
Cue my theme music.
So, because think about this of, like, now
You think they're not doing that?
I love Kelsey. I love her. I hope we grow old together forever.
No, you're making it weird.
Okay,
You're making it weird. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Hear me out. We grow old together. It's beautiful. I get old and wrinkly. She gets old and wrinkly. We grow together as a couple. But occasionally, 34-year-old Kelsey's around sometimes still, right? Am I wrong?
You have officially made it weird. And if you don't think they've already doing this to humans, then I've got some oceanfront property to sell you.
I'm in on it, man. Give me Bruce for life if I got that opportunity. So, yeah, I'm cloning my dang dog. All right.
But please, you don't have the money that Tom Brady does, so this is never happening for you.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah, it's probably not in my budget, but, you know, it's like those.
I bet a lot of people will.
It's like those in-home robots. In like 20 years from now, maybe it's something we can all
And Tom
afford.
Brady's invested in this company, so you know they're going to make some money.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. Going back to the Denver Broncos. Trade deadline getting closer and closer with 2 hours away. I want to talk about some of the things we've seen throughout the first 9 weeks that we think need to be fixed and how they get fixed. That's next.
After a crushing loss on the road to Utah, the Buffs returned home and got blown out by Arizona. With the season pushed to the brink, will Coach Prime turn things over to Julian Lewis? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
For more than 52 years, Colorado families have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton to protect their homes. And today you can do the same with 25% off Infinity from Marvin windows. The fiberglass windows built to last a lifetime and flexible financing at zero down. There's never been a better time. Call 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, the family-owned company Colorado counts on.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved, and American Financing can make it happen in 24 hours or less. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart, long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they're offering down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan in Modelo at Mile High Station on Thursday, November 6th from 4 to 6:15 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game with orange and blue face painting and ice-cold Modelo. Modelo, brewed for full-time fans.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover.
Denver Nuggets in action last night. They started a 4-game homestand, and the Colorado Avalanche They're going to do their thing at Ball Arena this evening.
Wedgwood in net. Okay.
Wedgie
in net.
So one for McKenzie, right back to Scotty.
Right back to Wedgie, and on TNT tonight, so we'll be dialed in on that and talking about what the Avs are able to do this evening.
I like it. We'll get back to that a little bit later on, see if they can keep it rolling after a 3-point weekend. Like I said, getting home, I always get a little juice for the Tampa Bay game. Yeah, beat them in the Stanley Cup final. That'll always mean something to me. So looking forward to that tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, that's the update today. It's Wedgwood, not Blackwood, between the pipes this evening. Our tribe members are pretty much out. I guess I'm the only one in on cloning dogs here.
Yeah, you totally made it weird.
Well, dude, she could clone, I'm 41, but like she could clone 41-year-old me. I was 36 when we met, you know? Like
you're going to leave that one alone. If you know, you know.
People are saying, somebody wrote, Jesus, has anybody seen Jurassic Park?
Lord of mercy.
Which is really good. So, yeah, we're having some fun with the clone conversation out there. But I want to go back to the Denver Broncos. Of course, it is trade deadline day, and we're going to monitor what this looks like. And if anything happens with the Broncos, you will be the first to know. James Palmer is saying there's some noise to be made by the Broncos, but we are now officially watching the clock with under 2 hours to go before the deadline comes and goes. But Cecil, I was looking back at this team, and like you said, at 7-2, this is a beautiful place to be when you go, hey, we're 7-2, but here's a list of things we think you can get better at to make yourselves a real legitimate contender, a scary opponent once the postseason gets here. And we got it down by weeks, what we've seen here. Week 1, they only scored 20 points against Tennessee, but it was week 1. You're figuring it out, and you don't hold a win against them too much. Week 2, well, we know what that was. A leverage penalty against the Colts, and you ultimately lose that game. Week 3, they had all those special team problems. A big kick return late leads to its chance for the Chargers to make a game-winning field goal. So we go back-to-back weeks where a field goal hurts the team. Look, the leverage thing, I don't want that to be the end-all, be-all about that game. Yeah, letter of the law was the right call. Sean said it. They talked about Rizzy trying something they've never tried. I'm more mad about that decision than I am the leverage call there. And then week 3, it goes right back to the same thing. We're talking about Rizzy problems and special teams not being good enough.
Yeah, well, I'm just upset at Darren Rizzy for being a poor special teams coach. That's what he's been. Sean won't talk about it. He'll replace the player. By the way, I believe it was Q Robinson. People can correct me if I'm wrong. If who was the guy that was barely late getting on the field? That was Q. He's a rookie, and he's really talented. So I don't really want to punish Q Robinson for that. He's got to get better. He's a kid. He's a rook, so change that. But Sean, not saying anything. If it was a regular week, and I talked to Sean on Wednesdays, I would have asked him this week, like, hey, halfway through, what's your report card grade on Darren Rizzy? It's an F. I don't know if Sean would say that, but it's an F.
He said yesterday on his conference call that the coaching is outstanding.
Whoa.
His word.
No, Shaq is outstanding. Darren Rizzy is the furthest thing from outstanding.
All right, so those are a couple of the problems we've identified at special teams. We're going to get back to that. Week 5, you go 3 points in the first 3 quarters before an 18-point fourth quarter, and you beat the Eagles that week. You go to week 6, you take the trip across the pond, you go to London, more special teams problem, a 72-yard punt return for the Jets, a minus 19 differential on the starting field position following kickoffs versus a 2024 special teams assistant, Chris Banjo, who's over there in New York now. So again, here's the theme, right, Cease? Special teams in week 6 hurting. Week 7, we know what that was because it was the New York Giants. We were all terrified for the first 3 quarters, and then they got crazy in the 4th and scored 33 points. Week 8, late game concussion after miscommunication failure where Marvin Mims is out on special teams and gets hurt and has to miss the game last week. Then we go back to week 9, blocked field goal. Muff punt by Michael Bandy, who's up because Marvin Mims was on the field late in the game when he shouldn't have been and had a concussion. Not to mention the bad play calling and run pass discrepancy. 17 dropbacks for Bo with just a handful of rushes at 6 total rushes. So the Sean problem shows its head here just a little bit. But what's the glaring hole here? It's Darren Rizzy and his special teams unit not being good in any way.
Yeah, and how can you help that? Well, Put more pressure on him, I guess. Does he have any pressure on him? He's Sean Payton's buddy. Yeah, and if you're saying the coaching is outstanding, Sean, you don't have to lie. It's not outstanding.
Yeah.
Your offensive coaching is not outstanding. And even as great as VJ's defense has been, there's been some lapses. Like, it's okay. I know you are football coaches and you know more than anybody ever, but you're also human. And Sean's made plenty of mistakes this year, mistakes that he'd love to have back. Darren Rizzi does nothing but make mistakes this year for the Denver Broncos, and it's sad because you had a coach and Coach Katwika where everything was fine. Okay, the block against Kansas City, Alex Forsythe, okay. You don't fire a guy because of that, but it's the good old boy network. It's, hey, my buddy's available. I'm going to get my friend a job. Well, when your friend's not good, maybe you should reconsider, but we'll see. I'm focused. They got a countdown here on the trade deadline, hour and 52 minutes left in the NFL trade deadline, and the Broncos have to do something. If they do nothing today, I will be disappointed. I will be disappointed based on what you've seen the Seahawks do and what you've seen the Colts do.
They are getting after it. I wonder if that Jordan Schultz report of a trade to Seattle with Rashid Shaheed, was that who he was talking about with the Broncos? Was it a battle for the wide receiver between the two teams? Or is there still you've listed a few wide receivers, a big-time name out there that the Broncos would go get?
Okay, maybe it's a preference thing because you had Rashid Shaheed available, but you also have his teammate Chris Olave available. Chris Olave, does that do anything for you out there, Broncos country? Because it should. Garrett Wilson with the Jets.
The Jets and Saints are they're open for business.
Yeah, they're just selling everybody. You want Breece Hall? Go get him. You want Garrett Wilson? Go get him. They probably wouldn't give up Auntie Chill Mason Taylor, but it'd be nice if they did, right? They won't do that. I wish they would, because then we could play this drop more, and it would be great, but whatever.
We don't play it enough. I lost it.
Yeah, we don't get to do it very often. But either way, I look at Garrett Wilson, I look at Chris Olave, I look at Brian Thomas Jr. Like, there's some wide receiver options out there, if you're the Denver Broncos, wide receivers that you could save from bad situations or situations in Brian Thomas's case where he doesn't really fit, and you could come to Denver and help out this Broncos offense. Help out Bo Nix to be more consistent, which then hopefully, and I am dealing with hope, hopefully that would help Sean Payton with his flow of play calling.
What are you willing to give up for one of these players? Mr. Draft Guy here.
Yeah.
You want it right now, not to play the long game. What would you be willing to, and a guy you think is going to make an impact this year, what are you willing to part ways with?
If it's Brian Thomas, it has to be a first.
Oh, dude.
If it's Jalen Waddle, it likely has to be a first.
I got to know what changed. We both said Stokely was crazy for saying this 2 weeks ago.
I think I'm excited about Brian Thomas. I really think that's the change for me because Waddle, and you'd have to deal with injuries with Jalen Waddle. He's a different way because maybe he's not as cantankerous as Jerry Jeudy was, but you have some Jeudy issues there of like, are you going to be available? They're already dealing with that, and a concern with everybody that they brought in via free agency. So if you bring in a Jalen Waddle via trade, you're going to have the same concerns that you did with Evan Ingram, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, and J.K. Dobbins. Yeah, they're really good. Kind of get banged up a little bit too much. So that's where Waddle comes through. With Brian Thomas, it's that fresh start. And just watching the frustration I've seen from Thomas on the field this year with Jacksonville, he doesn't fit what Liam Cohen wants to do. But I personally believe that he would be a slant god for Sean Payton. And that changes the math. And honestly, here's the other thing. The Colts got Sauce Gardner. That is a Super Bowl move. Whether or not they make it or they win it or whatever, Buffalo's sitting on their hands. Baltimore's just hoping to get back on the winning track. Kansas City still might get Tony Pollard. They might get what if they get somebody like that? What if they get Alvin Kamara?
Breece Hall's not out. The Jets are they just sold Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
Quinnen Williams just got traded to the Cowboys.
Just got traded to the
Cowboys?
Cowboys?
Cowboys, yep.
Cowboys make another move?
Just happened.
Wow.
Diana Rossini has it. The Jets are trading 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys per source. No term yet. 2022 first-team All-Pro Quinnen headed to the Cowboys.
For a first-round pick.
First-round pick. Kevin got it.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, and that's Dallas. You beat the brakes off of Dallas. They're cute, right? Dallas, look at Jerry. He's so cute. Like, I'm going to deal Micah Parsons. I'm going to make all these other moves. Okay.
This is his currency. He gets paid in attention.
Yeah.
He got attention right
He's
now.
getting the attention. But are the Broncos closer to a Super Bowl than the Cowboys? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Then you got to make moves.
But see, I don't see it that way. I don't want to gauge what the
Staying
Broncos
the same is good?
are with the Cowboys.
Well, look at the rest of the league. I want
the Colts
everyone
is a
out
better
there.
comparison. I like what you're saying with the
Colts is a comparison, but I want everyone to just kind of pay attention. The contenders and the pretenders are starting to separate themselves. The Broncos have separated themselves via record, but it's also a shaky 7-2. It's God's honest truth.
No, you're 100% right.
We're the Bo Show.
No one can push back on that.
It's a shaky 7-2. You want to cement that? You cement that with a Jalen Waddle, a David Njoku, Demario Davis, something like that.
And I just go back to how I feel. I feel like everybody out here is trying to play fantasy football. There's not enough footballs to go around right now on the current Denver Broncos roster. I mean, we haven't even seen the best of R.J. Harvey. We want more from J.K. Dobbins. The Joker is been a huge disappointment thus far. I don't know. It's strange to me that a lot of folks' answer is to throw more at the equation. I just don't look at it that way, and I have a hard time understanding why people think that's the answer.
Perhaps because the offense is bringing up the rear.
No, I know. There's no question about that.
I think it would be fantasy football, and I'm not offended at that, but I think it would be fantasy football if they were stacked. And they're like, let's just go get some more. They're not. They have young developmental receivers that we're excited about, but Jalen Waddle's an upgrade. Brian Thomas is an upgrade. Garrett Wilson is an upgrade. It's a huge upgrade. And if you're in a moment to win a Super Bowl, you're in a Super Bowl window, whether it's just opening or whether it's wide open, whatever you think it is, they are clearly 90% chance to make the playoffs. They're going to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Means you're in a window.
I agree with you on that.
Well, if you're in a window, you want to jam that thing open. You want to jump right through, right? And you can do that by making these moves. Everyone else is doing it, and it's not to do it because they're doing it, but it's also realizing you're not whole as an offense.
No, you're right
not
about that.
whole. So go get as whole as you can. Add the talent. Money's not an issue. Salary cap space isn't it? There's always the money. And I know George likes more darts, right? That's his philosophy in the draft. I want more darts. But if you had to surrender a first-round pick to help cement your Super Bowl status, this isn't about next year. Next year is going to be next year. And next year, hopefully it's another playoff run. But this year is setting up 7-2, driver's seat. You don't want to fall behind because the Chiefs got Breece Hall. The Chiefs got Alvin Kamara, whatever the answer is.
I think it can, and maybe I'm wrong here. I'm trying to simplify how we are seeing it differently. I think you have more trust in Sean Payton getting right as the play caller and schemer than I do. Because I'm so worried about them looking the same way and throwing another body at the problem when Sean can't handle the players that are in front of him. And I don't think that he can figure that out in the next 9 weeks. It sounds like, and again, you tell me if I'm wrong, it's okay if I am, that you think he can figure that out by adding another variable to the project that we're working on.
Yeah, and it's a variable with Sean who's already full of variables in his head.
Right.
So it comes to me the success that you can have with an upgrade at the wide receiver or tight end position. I still want a running back that's a reserve piece. You're not prepared. You barely got by without Marvin Mims, who's your third receiver, and very key on special teams. What does this team look like without J.K. Dobbins? I shudder at the thought. You could help yourself by going to get and trading for a running back, and yes, a reserve back, and yes, feed J.K., and J.K.'s still the man. But I don't think you're complete. I don't think you're done, and in this iteration, you are likely to fall short of your goals. Your goals are to win a Super Bowl. In this iteration of the Broncos, you're likely to fall short in that unless there's a major jump from Troy Franklin, which there is unlikely to be this year. Next year, yes. This year, unlikely.
A couple of quick texts. Matt up in Greeley, but via Watkins. I like that, Matt. Says, Dover, Manning said it best. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. You don't stay the same. Sorry, Waddle brings a lot more than Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin together. We're buyers, not sellers. I never said they were sellers. He writes, bleep the picks. This is about now. Again, Matt saying that. So, Matt, on your side, the text literally right above it, didn't put your name on it, please do that, says, I just can't see how an offensive weapon getting used correctly this late in the year. He has the same questions I have about Sean Payton going forward. So it's a nice health healthy split here. Someone says I need to stick to skateboarding and leave ball to Cecil right there. I won't do that, but thank you very much and appreciate you watching my skateboarding videos.
I think it's a healthy debate, right?
It's a 50-50. I think it's as simple as this. You either have faith in Sean figuring out something he hasn't figured out in 2 years, or you go, well, he's not going to figure it out. Let's lean in more towards these guys that are already on the roster with some skins on the wall right now.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying you're wrong, Cecil. I'm just saying I don't agree with that.
Well, and here's the thing. I did agree with you about a week ago, and then I saw him once again struggle and try to target Troy Franklin too much. Troy Franklin should never be targeted more than Cortland Sutton, yet we are here today, not only in this last game, but on the season, where Franklin is targeted more than Court. Like, this team has the ability to go a long way. They're not quite there. And you got to break some eggs to make an omelet. I'm not against it. And it's Brian Thomas that changed my mind about the first-rounder thing.
That's sticking with you.
Because Stoke was nuts on the Jalen Waddle thing, but still, maybe Stoke wasn't nuts. Maybe Stoke is crazy as a fox, right? Where we all think the guy's nuts. No, that crazy Cajun down there, Brandon Stokely in Castle Rock, he might have been on the money about upgrading this offense and then watch to see what Bo does. Because right now, we can put a lot of the blame on Sean. We can put some of the blame on Bo because Bo isn't playing the best football he can. You add a Jalen Waddle to this offense. Oh, Bo, what's your excuse now? It's not Troy dropping passes. It's not Pat Bryant being in the wrong spot. And I still believe on the one pick, like Bryant should have flattened his route. But anyway, going on and on about that. You put a Jalen Waddle out there, now your expectations for Bo rise. Now your expectations for this team rise. Are the Broncos in go-for-it mode or not? I just watched the Indianapolis Colts pull off one of the most blockbuster trades that this league has seen.
I mean, dude, we're close to an hour and a half away from the trade deadline, and they haven't done anything. James Palmer's tweeting out that they might. Chase Daniels just tweeted out that he's hearing they're sniffing around. So if we get to 201 and I'm on my way to the golf course, and there's no trade to be made.
Yeah.
Are you disappointed? Do you think they missed the boat? Like, how do you feel at 201 if no deal is done?
Well, if no deal is done,
does that tell you that they don't think they're there?
No, because of the hubris in that building, basically with Sean.
Well, you can't think that.
Right. You can't think that.
Yeah.
But I would be disappointed given on what the Colts did. And again, the Chiefs might get Alvin Kamara. They might get Breece Hall. They might get Tony Pollard. You have a team in Kansas City that is lurking right there. You are 2 games ahead of them. You can blink and turn it around, and they're on top of you. Like, that's how quickly this thing can turn around. The Chargers just lost Joe Alt for the rest of the year. Now they're down 2 offensive tackles.
Yep.
And last time they were without Alt, their offense went in the tank. Like, absolutely awful. So now you can't really say the Chargers are going to be there. I think the Pats will be there, the Bills will be there, the Broncos will be there, the Chiefs will be there, the Ravens may be there, and the Steelers may be there, and then Houston may be there. But there's a few guarantees. Looks like the Colts are making that run. Looks like the Broncos can make that run, and the Chiefs are always capable of making that run.
Yes, they are. A text from a Boise texter. Brett. Bronco Brett says, Sean needs less to worry about, not more. I think that's a very simple way of putting my thoughts together right there.
Well, Sean's got to get better. Part of my pushback with you and also Brett in Boise.
Bronco Brett in Boise.
Having fun. Part of my pushback is, hey, Sean's got to get better. Hey, we don't want more toys. I don't want to be limited by the coach being scramble-brained when it comes to calling a game plan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Sean, you have to be better. And if I'm Greg Penner, my God, what a life. It's like perfect. But if I'm Greg Penner, I go to Sean like, hey, you got everything now, right? We're going to stop talking about this?
You go like this. Clock's a ticking, my man.
Yeah, we're going to make that deep postseason run, right? Going to make a run at Super Bowl, right? Right? That's where that pressure is. Sean Payton, and I really want to emphasize this without getting too specific. Sean Payton does not operate in a world where he has no pressure. Sean Payton operates in a world where there's a ton of pressure. Not public, but within that building, they know what they have. They know what they've paid for. And they know what they've paid for to go away because Sean wanted Russell Wilson to go away. You got Coach Rizzi. You got all the guys. You got everybody. Hey, here's Pete Carmichael. Yes. Sean Payton.
He literally handpicked everything.
Yes. Here, you've got everything. Why isn't your offense better? So I get what you're saying. I get what Brett and Boise is saying. Like, man, and Sean, he's going to get confused and it's more toys. Yeah, okay. Be better, Sean.
Yeah.
Be better. The pressure is there. The pressure's there on Bo to be better. And if you add more weapons for Bo Nix, yeah, you better look better in front of the fourth quarter.
Levi out on the western slope. He's with you, Cecil. He's Team Cecil on this one. Waddle would make this team night and day better every day of the week. He actually has a really good explanation here. They can't just sit back and see how those young guys develop when your defense can win you a Super Bowl right now.
Yeah.
You set in your hands, you miss the catch like these young receivers have been doing too much of. Great show, fellas. Levi, that's very well said. That's very well said. And it goes to, I think that's exactly what you're saying, Cecil, is be it just opening of the window or them walking over to raise it all the way up. They are in that window, and you and Levi are making a solid point about what this defense is ready to do, kind of dragging the offense with them basically week by week.
Yeah, and it would be nice to have support from the other side.
But then here we go. The other side, Big Clark says, well, then the excuse becomes chemistry, and they haven't had enough time to work together. SMH, says Big Clark.
Well, I would say this. If you make a big move at the trade deadline, I'm talking Garrett Wilson, Brian Thomas, big move. I wouldn't have necessarily classified Rashid Shaheed as a big move. But if you get one of these number one receivers, Chris Olave, Brian Thomas, you get one of these guys, there are no excuses. I know that some may want to write chemistry and what had happened was you got halfway through the season. Your chemistry's fine. You've got plenty of time. Now is the time to make the move. In football and in life, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? What do you want? Ask yourself that question first.
Briefcase full of money, 7-8 weeks of vacation.
Now,
you're asking not me.
Imagine yourself enjoying that reward. Imagine yourself winning a Super Bowl because you went all in at the trade deadline. I don't want the season, the 2025 season for the Denver Broncos, I don't want it to be what if. What if they would have got Breece Hall? What if they would have got Garrett Wilson? What if they would have done? I don't want any of that. I want, hey, come hell or high water, that Broncos team, Sean Payton, that's my guy right there, Sean Payton. George Payton, that's my dude, right? I want to know that come hell or high water, come Super Bowl 60 or no, I want to know that the Broncos did everything they possibly could to win a Super Bowl.
I have a what-if question, too. What if Sean Payton unlocked the guys they drafted to be playmakers on this team? What if that happened?
What if it just takes time?
I got time.
They don't.
Tribe, you tell us. Hour and a half away. What's going down before the deadline? We see it different. Kind of makes it fun, though. So you guys get to break the tie every single day at 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line, YouTube chats. Rolling over there at the Denver Sports YouTube. Just click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in just like that. It's a fun conversation, fun day today with the trade deadline right here in front of us. 2 o'clock. It's over at that point. All right, want to keep the Broncos conversation going. Do want to get back to the Nuggets. They played last night and talk a little bit about what we saw. But when it comes to balance that we're looking for, how much does Bo's legs have an impact on that balance we're searching for? Let's kick that around next.
After another fourth quarter comeback, has Bo Nix proven that he has the it factor?
I'm confident Bo's going to continue to get better. This offense is going to continue to get better, and you're going to see more complete 60-minute efforts from this offense. But you know what? It is so good to know right away that we have a quarterback here who seems to have the clutch gene.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season, so I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at DenverSports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Need a new water heater? Euro Plumbing has lifetime warranties, great financing, and low pricing. 720-500-3000. 720-500-3000.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Ready.
You ready?
Ready. The tribe, ready.
Get ready, everybody.
We'll do this together. It'll sound good. It'll sound clean.
Instead of cheese, should we say trade?
Oh, that's not bad. We'll do cheese the first one.
Say cheese.
Yes!
First one, second one, say trade.
Say trade. There we go.
Here we go, George Payton. This one's for you.
Say trade.
Yes! Please, George Payton, please get these Broncos some help.
How is it something so simple like that makes me so happy?
It does make me happy. We should start a band. I don't want to be upset tomorrow if the Broncos don't do anything and the Chiefs do something, the Bills do something, the Colts have already done something.
So in the AFC West, it's only been sellers, right? Jacoby Myers is no longer a Raider. Is that the only thing we've seen so far?
In the AFC West?
In the AFC West.
Yeah, in the AFC West, yes, that's true.
And the Raiders are a complete dumpster fire, garbage, totally suck. Sorry, Uncle Chris. My uncle's a Raiders fan. Saw him on Saturday, and he's like, "Stop listening to you guys. You talk about the Broncos a lot." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Talk about the Broncos."
And Raiders suck. So.
And the Raiders totally suck.
Yeah, they're awful.
He's actually not like a complete lunatic of a man. He's aware of how bad the Raiders suck.
Has he done time?
No.
Sorry, the deep and personal question, but I just had to ask. He's a Raiders fan. It's like, has he got prison ink?
Yeah. Some of his family, his friends that are also.
They got some prison ink?
They've got some of that going on.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so it's just the Raiders who have been sellers, and that's what they should be because they're not going anywhere. They stink. Their quarterback's awful, and they probably hired the wrong head coach. So, yeah, they should be sellers at this point. When it comes to the balance and things that we're talking about, you haven't thrown out the idea of a running back being brought in here. Now, it looks like they're starting to slowly but surely unlock R.J. Harvey. That might be the one way where you could convince me, and it'd have to be like a guarantee written in his damn blood on a contract that, hey, all right, see, the Broncos go get a running back. Sean trusts that person. Then they create more balance. Yeah. I don't believe for a second that would happen, but that's how you could get me to start talking about trading for somebody on the offensive end.
Yeah, and then you get that balance that you need, the cohesion on offense and the settling of Bo Nix. You do that with the ground game. So if it's more R.J. Harvey, good, but we're not necessarily. We're seeing that in the red zone. We're seeing Harvey score all those touchdowns, but we're not necessarily seeing it in the carries and the total touches. I think it should be 12 touches minimum each week for R.J. Harvey, and I think minimum it should be 15 touches, if not 20, for J.K. Dobbins. They should be, of your 60 offensive plays, and that's where the NFL average is a 61, and it's down this year. It used to be in the 70s. So it's down this year by about 10 plays. So of those 60 plays, yeah, I'd like 30 of those touches to be your 2 running backs.
So let's go to what worked on Sunday, especially late, really only late because it's the only time he did it. Bo Nix has that 25-yard run. You get Will Lutz into chip shot range rather than, is he going to make this range? And he obviously made it. They win 7-2, top of the AFC West, all the things we've been talking about this week. Do you want to see Bo run more? You said that was one of your keys against the Texans, and it turned out to be a very big key because of what the Texans do defensively. Here's what I'm worried about. Yeah, I do. I will answer it first. I want Bo to run a little bit more. It doesn't take away from you moving the ball downfield. It's creating a new pocket when he does scramble a little bit or climb that ladder. You're keeping your head upfield, like you said yesterday. You see the back of jerseys and green in front of you, you go. It's that simple. And there are some design runs when that nickel defense presents itself to take off and run. But what I'm worried about, because, again, I don't trust Sean, is, all right, now there's 3 Bo Nix designed runs. That means 8 carries for R.J. Harvey. That means 12 for J.K. Dobbins. I don't want Bo to bring a balance but take away from the running back group. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, and I understand that. At the same time, it's something that if you're, let's say the Baltimore Ravens, let's go to the extreme, right? Who's the best running quarterback in the league? It's Lamar Jackson.
Lamar, yeah.
So Lamar takes away from Derrick Henry. It's just what you do. I think Bo Nix's legs can't be ignored within this offense. I understand that Sean Payton, after the game, said he's not going to tell Bo to necessarily do that, like take off to run. But is he telling him not to, right? And I wondered that during the game, seeing and knowing how Houston was going to play 77% nickel, knowing that spread formations and running the ball were the way to beat the Houston Texans, and then seeing Bo Nix pass up the opportunity to run the ball time after time after time until crunch time when it worked in a big way. It's a huge play, game-sealing play by Bo Nix to take off to run. Sean didn't say he's telling him to run, but Sean also didn't say he's not telling him to run. You know what I mean? He's saying, no, don't run, don't run, don't run. Because it felt like, and I could be totally wrong, and I fully admit that, it felt like Sean or somebody was telling Bo, like, hey, don't run, hey, don't run, hey, don't run. Because he could have ran many more times than he actually did.
And it's like, all right, are you saying that out of protection? You know, you're worried about an injury thing?
Sure.
This is me giving a ton of benefit of the doubt to Sean Payton going, hey, we're going to unlock that, but wait, we need it to wait. We don't want that. You start doing it in the second quarter against the Texans. By the fourth quarter, there's a spy on you, and then that 25-yard run that basically helps seal the deal isn't there for you. That's giving Sean a ton of credit. I don't know that I should be doing that.
Yeah, I think you should pause on that when it comes to the usage of this team. And I do, if we are going to get this, because at the end of the day, you can hope, but then you also have to realize what's on your plate in front of you. So if the answer is Bo Nix isn't really going to take off the run as much as he could, but at the right time, late in the game, he's going to, I'm going to take that because obviously the timing of Bo Nix doing that, it prevented them from assigning any sort of spy on Bo Nix. It's almost like, in a way, Bo lulled him to sleep by not running when he could have, and then when he did, it really made him pay. Cost him the game.
It did. All right, well, we'll learn as the week goes on, and we have 2 more days to figure out what kind of game plan Sean has against these Las Vegas Raiders, and maybe we see more Bo with his legs. I do want to talk a little bit about the Nuggets. I want to remind you about the fan flyaway, back thanks to 303-LAW-4040. This time, a lucky listener, possibly you, and a guest,
maybe a lady,
are on their way to Phoenix in February for a giant party, the biggest in golf, in fact. If you win, you get 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 in your pocket. For more information and to register, go to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered one of our previous flyaway contests, you're already registered for this one. Once you sign up for a flyaway, you're entered for all future flyaways. We want the tribe to be out in Scottsdale representing and having a great time. Sees 2 things from the Denver Nuggets last night. First, they won. That's always a great point. They got back to scoring at the rate that they were scoring. Won wire-to-wire for the 3rd time already this year. But defense, as Sacramento scored 30 in every quarter, and 3-point shooting were a bit of a bugaboo last night.
Oh, yeah.
Not enough to cost them the game because they clearly took care of business there. Is defense and 3-point shooting something that you're like extremely worried about? Hey, it's November 4th. There's really no reason to worry that much at this point of the season. Where are you at with those 2 specific categories?
With those 2 specific categories, for me, with the Denver Nuggets, it's about getting better from the arc. You just have to, your opponents are going to, and you can't have that disparity in terms of the amount of 3-pointers that you give up compared to the amount of 3-pointers that you put in. So the emphasis for me, especially with the bench, especially with a young guy like Julian Strawther, is make sure that you are coming through with as much 3-pointing efficiency. You don't have to throw up a bunch of threes. I'm not calling for that. But just be efficient when you do go there. And yes, if you're a Cam Johnson, work through it. And Jamal, cold last night. Jamal's not going to be cold from the arc like that. And it didn't affect his effort. The nice thing about Jamal, unlike you see with Cam Johnson gets cold or Christian gets cold, it really bothers him. It seems to affect him. Jamal got cold and he still was given defensive effort. It's not great, but he wasn't out of his game, right? Wasn't in his head. You know that shooters are going to shoot, you're going to miss sometimes, and sometimes you're going to be cold. I'd like the Denver Nuggets somehow, some way, to find that hotness and efficiency from the arc. That's paramount to me.
And real quick on your Jamal point, it's early, but what's been nice about Jamal, he's only had 2 inefficient shooting games, and his assist-to-turnover ratio in each of those games, +4 and then +5 last night. You're doing other things. You're getting teammates involved. And then, by the way, last night you add 7 rebounds. He's a guard, right? He's not a little guy. He's a 6'4" guard. Some of those longer rebounds where you get to start the transition and the break, you're the outlet guy because the ball's already in your hands. That's where Jamal, hey, you're not going to shoot great every night. Do those other little things. I think Cam could learn something from Jamal in that instance. Not shooting it well last night. Do other things. Cam's a bigger body. Attack the rack. Become a rebounder. Become somebody that grabs that own rebound on your own, and you're out running. I think Cam can learn a little bit.
You know
from
who
Jamal,
Cam needs to learn from, even maybe more so than Jamal?
Christian.
Aaron.
Oh, AG, I love that.
Yeah, because AG last night, what was that 1 3 that he put up in the second quarter where it was like falling backwards? And he's just like trying to throw it in? Like, okay, yeah, but learn from Aaron because AG, it doesn't really matter. Hey, he's cold, whatever. He's going to hustle. He's going to get rebounds. He's going to block shots. He's going to throw in alley-oop dunks. He's going to throw it down. You're going to get that effort every single night. But if he's hot from the arc, I'm not saying 10 of 11, but if he's hot from the arc, he sticks with it. So I think Cam really needs to take cues from AG and, like, don't press, man.
Yeah.
Have your all-around game. We like that. You need that, but don't press if you're cold.
Yeah, just shoot 90% from the 3, dude. Come on.
Yeah, come on. 10 of 11. Let's go.
Why can't you do that every week, every night, Aaron? All right, it is a Tuesday. That means it's a waiver wire day. Chances for you to pick the brain of one Cecil Lammey if your fantasy roster needs some help. And it does need some help as you start to look at what your seeding could look like here down the stretch of the regular season. So send those questions in the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Same opportunity over on the YouTube, Denver Sports YouTube, Dover and Cecil stream. We'll get to a few of those, but I want to talk about a story from Sports Illustrated. Cecil, they went back and looked at the 2023 coaching class in college football. All those hires that were made there, where are they now? And what does it mean about Deion Sanders' future? That's next.
This Veterans Day, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan needs your help as we look to give back to those who have served their country. Teaming up with Foundation Cadillac, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is giving away 1 year of free oil changes to one of our state's many veterans. To nominate a current or former service member, head to denversports.com/veteran. That's denversports.com/veteran. To all our nation's veterans, we at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan thank you for your service. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time. Maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T. Because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Roberto Coin is passion.
Roberto Coin is art.
Roberto Coin is love.
And Roberto Coin is right where you'd expect to find it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Dylan's sister Shayna, inviting you to our exciting Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th.
This holiday, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
And this holiday, Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
So come find your passion and the perfect gift.
The Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
Some things in life should never be trial and error, like do-it-yourself dentistry or messing with your home's electrical wiring. That's where Piper Electric comes in. They've been powering homes with expert electrical service since 1983, from simple fixes to commercial and industrial work. Need an EV charger? They'll plug you in without the sparks. Right now, get $50 off your next service. Call 303-422-9219 before you DIY yourself back into the dark ages. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are going to get to some fantasy questions and a Deion Sanders story here in just a moment. Plus, you got to hear the latest coming out of Boulder today.
More bull junk coming from Deion.
Yeah, more bull junk out of Boulder for sure. But Diana Rossini has a tweet here. We have basically announced that the Jets and the Saints are open, available, having a fire sale. The Jets have already traded Sauce Gardner. They've traded Quinnen Williams. Sauce goes to Indy. Quinnen goes to the Cowboys. And apparently the asking price for Breece Hall, he's still available, and he's tweeting weird stuff. You've sent that a couple of times.
different tweets from Breece Hall, and
he just wants out.
Even his backup Braylon Allen is tweeting weird stuff. So it's odd.
It's their off day, and they're like, please don't make me go to work tomorrow. Please don't make me go to work tomorrow.
But this price tag that Rossini is putting out there is very affordable.
It's a third-round pick.
Done.
Per source, says Diana. Teams have yet to meet New York's ask with just over an hour to go until the trade deadline, an hour and 12 minutes as of right now.
Do you want a third-round pick to get in the way of a Super Bowl? Like, seriously, what's your plan if there's no J.K. Dobbins? You don't have one.
Oh, if he goes, I don't want to say it. But
well, I know. But you have to be prepared for that. To not be prepared for that is foolish.
So you give up a third-round pick for a just in case?
You give up a third-round pick so that you can have a two-headed backfield while continuing to use R.J. Harvey as a receiver. It's clearly his role. His role is not as a ball carrier, but you're going to need help in that department, and your help is J.K. Dobbins and Breece Hall. You have that sort of 1-2 punch with R.J. Harvey working as a receiver. Now you're cooking with gas. Now you can be more balanced. Not as balanced as he needs to be because it's Sean Payton. But if it's a third rounder, don't let a third rounder get in your way of the future. And also, and it's not being a doomsayer or whatever, you have to be prepared for J.K. Dobbins to get hurt because he's been hurt every year.
By the way, Jordan Schultz has this out 11 seconds ago. Jets running back Breece Hall wants to be out. Wants to be out is the quote there.
Okay, you got a fourth rounder for Devon Vele. Send him the fourth because that's, something that, that's the Saints' fourth, so it's essentially a third, right? So send him that fourth and send him a seventh. You know what I mean? The picks don't matter. What matters is your window.
The picks don't matter.
The picks don't matter.
Save that one, Kev.
Yeah, well, that's very rarely that I would say that, but you're 7-2. If these guys had the same record, Kansas City's what, like 5-4 or whatever the number is, right? 5-3, because I haven't had their bye yet, so 5-4. If you were at that, I'd be like, nah, let's kind of play it out. See, you're probably going to make the playoffs, but let's see what you can do there. How much noise can you make? Where the young fella's at? You've put yourself in position to be buyers. Don't go 7-2 and then not buy to do the Chewbacca defense. That does not make sense.
Okay.
It does not make sense to be 7-2 and not be a buyer at the trade deadline.
Can I, curious Star Wars fan here?
Yes, it's from South Park, by the way.
Okay, that was my question. How come you made a Star Wars reference and then did a Cartman voice? That's where I was going.
Because it's from South Park.
All right, I like that. So I'm like, dude, I'm trying to stay with you, but you lost me with the Chewbacca, then Cartman.
Yes, well, it doesn't make sense. If the Broncos are 7-2 and they're not buyers, you're not as good as you need to be to make that run. The deep run, the deepest run, the best run. The run to the Super Bowl in Santa Clara.
Broncos country, what say you, tribe members? Again, we're asking you to break the tie because Cecil and I see it a little differently today. What would you do? YouTube chat is open. Denver Sports YouTube, Dover and Cecil stream. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. While we wait for some new information to come our way, Cecil, an article at Sports Illustrated about the coaching class of 2023. Of course, it's Deion as the photo there. It's talking about all the hires that came in 2023 and what's happening to them now. Zach Arnett was hired at Mississippi State, only got to coach 10 games, got fired after a 4-6 record. Tom Herman, Florida Atlantic, 22 games. He only won 6 of them. Out. Biff Poggi in Charlotte, got 22 games, only won 6, and is out there as well. We are looking at Tulsa coach Kevin Wilson, 23 games, out. All of these things have already happened. Then you scroll down to the bottom of this thing, and what's going to happen. They talk about Luke Fickell at Wisconsin after 34 games and a 15-19 record, and then they get to Deion Sanders, 34 games, just like the coach at Wisconsin, and he's actually won better than that coach there in Wisconsin, 16-18. The Sports Illustrated article reads, if Sanders departs, it would be his decision and likely influenced by his continuing health problems. He's elevated the program from where it was when he took over. This figured to be a rebuilding year after losing the Heisman Trophy winner and quarterback Shedeur Sanders. But it has taken a sharp turn for the worst over the last 2 games. We told you this yesterday. The Buffaloes were outscored 105-24 in their last 2 games. So there's 2 coaches left from this 2023 class that aren't doing too well either.
Well, I don't like that. I honestly really don't like that. I don't like that statement at all. He elevated the program. What's it like when he leaves?
Oh, did you put it?
Okay, they were the god-awful worst team in college football. Okay, it was close, so don't at me, bro. They're the worst team in college football. Deion shows up. They're not the worst team in college football, and they're exciting, and it's fun. But what is it like if he were to leave? I don't care what happened to the, hey, made the program better. There was only one way to go, and that was up. And it didn't go up as far as you wanted it to because of the limitations from Pat Shurmur. Deion at his press conference just moments ago did more bull junk of talking about the coordinators like I might have already made a move and just not told you guys. I thought you're going to be transparent, Deion.
That's so lame.
I thought you knew all the answers, Deion. Why can't you actually speak the truth when you talk? Why does it always have to be about how much people hate you and how they just deny and they're just total haters? Like, no, stop, dude. Why are you focusing on that?
You know who Deion Sanders is? Deion Sanders is that coworker when you get to work on Monday and you're like, dude, what'd you do on Monday? And they always have this epic story about how great their life is. And you're like, on Friday you said you had $3 in your bank account, but you went to Canada for the weekend? What do you mean? You know what I mean? There's always just a story to tell with that guy. And it just never really fully checks out with Deion Sanders. You said it. You want to be transparent? Now you don't tell us anything?
I want to be transparent, but I might have already made a move at coordinator.
Pick your lane, Prime.
Right. Just be transparent or don't.
You don't have to
easily do that, and especially with the way that Rick George has set it up for you, don't have any accountability whatsoever. It's the most dangerous spot that you can be in college football. Your coach can do anything, and you just have to smile. You just have to smile and take it. You actually can't tell your coach what to do. And now you've got all the reporters brainwashed and calling him Coach Prime. He's Deion Sanders, everybody. I think when the check is written from CU, pretty big check, right? Big check.
10 million.
Big check,
Yeah.
big check. There's checks and there's big ones, and this is a big one. It says Deion Sanders on it. It doesn't say Coach Prime. Enough with that nonsense.
Well, you remember how that all started when he tried to put himself in the same conversation, the same world as Nick Saban?
Nick Saban.
When he said, you don't call him Nick, you call him Coach Saban. He earned that, Deion. He earned that.
Yeah.
You haven't earned that.
Yeah, Coach
He went
Prime.
to the Alamo Bowl and got beat up. You're Deion Sanders.
This is Coach QVC. You know what I mean? I'm thinking of like late night. Like if it's not prime time, then what else is on? Oh, late night television. What's on late night? Infomercial. Coach Infomercial? Coach QVC? Give me something here because it's not Coach Prime. Stop with this nonsense and stop with this lack of transparency. Come out and say your coordinators need some help. Come out and say you fired Pat Shurmur. I don't care if he's your buddy.
Dude, you want to win the public court? Which again, I've been a hater. I've been doubted all my whole life.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
So,
all the
we're
stuff
so
he
sorry
has to
for
say.
you.
If he comes out in here and says, hey, man, we had to make a change at offensive coordinator. Our play caller is no longer Pat Shurmur. Do you know how much that helps what Deion looks like right now?
He can even talk about the pain because he is his buddy. So you could come out and talk about the pain of hey, I had to make a decision that I didn't want to. I mean, I've known Pat Shurmur for 20 years, and I respect Pat Shurmur, and Pat Shurmur's done some good things for the Colorado Buffaloes, but I had to make this call. We have to be better offensively, and I felt that making a change away from Pat, this killed me to do this because I love Pat Shurmur. He could have easily said those sorts of things while making the move and also kind of saving some face for his friend. I get it.
Exactly.
It's your friend. But I'm sick of Darren Rizzi getting a pass at Broncos, Sean Payton saying they're outstanding, and I'm sick of Deion Sanders just lying to the media all the time about I'm going to be transparent, but I'm not going to tell you. What?
Didn't get to your fantasy questions. That's my bad. Chest tap. I promise we'll get to those coming up. I see a bunch of them on the text line. Alex G. I see a Jamar Chase
and
question.
honestly, some of this waiver wire stuff
is going to be changing in
It's
an
going
hour.
to be changing here in 1 hour. 1 hour and 4 minutes to the NFL trade deadline, and there's still more activity coming.
We'll answer a few of those. We will get back to that trade deadline, a few things that are going on right now. We'll do that to kick off quarter 4 next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here to talk to you about my squad, my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that can be a game changer for you. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, how long are you going to let this go on? How long are you going to let ED ruin your intimacy? ED is a terrible condition. It causes stress in relationships, anxiety, undue hardships on a man and often their partner. Yet many men will suffer for years without seeking treatment. What are we doing, fellas? Let's get right. Let's get our health right so that we can have a healthy relationship that includes a healthy sex life. So what do you need to do? You need to set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I was just at a gas station this morning. You're seeing these pills with names. You're like, why would you buy that and put that into your body? First of all, the name is ridiculous, and you have no idea what's in there. That's why I deal with Colorado licensed medical providers. They'll draw your blood, tell you what your TMPSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest you take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is about getting rid of the stigma around erectile dysfunction. And fellas, check this out. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. You could be having sex as soon as the next day. So stop with the bad excuses. Stop with the tummy aches after dinner. Celebrate your relationship with a healthy sex life. Get rid of ED. And it starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they have a generous deal on windows. Receive $1,000 off every 10 windows you purchase. On top of that, they want to be a part of your Thanksgiving celebration. They will provide you with a $100 gift card to your local grocery store to contribute to your Thanksgiving festivities. Call 5280 Exteriors today to take advantage of this special November promotion. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
The wait is over. AC/DC's back live Power Up Tour. July 28th, Empower Field at Mile High with the Pretty Reckless. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. July 28th, Empower Field at Mile High. Don't miss AC/DC. Oh, yeah.
Moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
So the Denver Broncos are about to become some major players up in here now that it is the fourth quarter. They were just waiting for this.
Exactly.
Just waiting for this moment.
And now that you said up in here, I got a quote, Hangover, not up in here. No, well, they need something up in here. You need to make a move. It's the fourth quarter. The Broncos come through in the fourth quarter. George Payton, there's reportedly from Kurt Benkert.
What's up, Kurt?
Multiple offers for Breece Hall right now. The Jets are sorting through them, and we'll know what other moves are coming.
So they
One
have
of those
the
is going to
offers.
be Kansas City, by the way. If this is a third rounder, and for the love of God, you let the Chiefs get Breece Hall,
That's scary.
that's as bad as them getting Jonathan Taylor.
So what you used to call it, what do you call it, jock block?
Yeah.
I like that term, jock block.
You got to clean it up for radio. So, yeah, jock block away, and they should be in place to do that. A third rounder?
I mean, if you're the Jets, so it's this information that we just learned during the break tells me Breece Hall's getting traded. The Jets are sitting on their hands for the next 57 minutes, and they're telling the Chiefs, hey, this team just offered us a third.
Right.
You want to make it better?
Right.
If not, you got 57 minutes, or he's going to that team.
Yeah.
So now they're just pitting teams against one another to see what deal they can get.
And it's Darren Muji, so it's smart. It's smart for Muj to do that. Yeah. And the relationship that you have with him with George Payton is very good. So if the Broncos are in on Breece Hall or Garrett Wilson or any of these guys with the Jets, George could always tell Darren, like, hey, last offer. You run it by me. I will let you know. I want Breece Hall. I want Garrett Wilson. You've got to let me know the price that someone else, and I'll give you the last offer. So I believe their relationship is good enough and close enough that George would be able to make that call and say nothing. Don't accept anything without talking to me first.
You know what else it is? It's a smart move from a guy like Darren Muji of he knows the situation he's in.
Oh, yeah.
He knows his owner is very impatient, right? That's a very nice way of me calling him bad owner. You kind of like reset your clock here. Oh, wow, year one has not gone the way I thought it would go. Now I get to reset going, yep, I had a fire sale. My clock actually starts right now because it's now the roster that Darren gets to build. So it's actually a smart play from a former front office guy of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, smart play for Aaron Glenn because we were talking about him losing his job before his first season was over as Jets head coach. But GM and head coach are on the same page, and a defensive coach said, hey, it's okay to get rid of Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, they've just punted. It's over for the New York Jets. And that's the other thing. I asked Kevin, like, if you're Woody Johnson and you're seeing Breece Hall telling anybody to listen that he wants out, are you not calling your general manager and going, get this dude off my team because you're Woody Johnson?
Right. Well, and if you're Aaron Glenn, you're like, okay, he doesn't want to be here. We don't need him here. You know, they've got Isaiah Davis. They've got Braylon Allen. They've got options behind him that aren't as good, but still, like, you've got options. You're not going to win many games, if any, so fire sale time. And it's time to check in on Breece Hall. If the Broncos are one of those teams, they may need to up their price tag. I'm telling you, it's Kansas City. Kansas City's in on this, and I do not want the Kansas City Chiefs getting Breece Hall.
So it's a third right now. That's what the Jets clearly have at least a third on the table.
But the price hasn't been met yet. That's what they want.
Oh, so there's a fourth on the table.
So what's on the table is a fourth.
So would you give up a third to jock block Kansas City Chiefs and get Breece Hall in orange and blue?
You want to win the AFC West?
I'd like that.
Okay, then yes. Yes, I think they're at this point right now where there's another team within this division that is wanting to make a power move, and they have a huge need at running back because Isaiah Pacheco can't stay healthy, and Kareem Hunt's 100 years old, and they clearly don't trust Brashard Smith. So it's like, okay, you're going to let Kansas City pass you by for a third-round pick? You're ahead of them. You want to stay ahead of them. You make this sort of move. In this instance, the market has changed. Why did I change my mind from a week ago in terms of giving up a first-rounder for one of these top-tier wide receivers? It's because the market has changed. You've changed. You've kept winning. So you've changed your outlook yourself with a 90% chance of making the playoffs now. That win over the Texans secured you a 90% chance of making the postseason. You're going to be there. So if you're there, you want the best representation, right?
Yeah.
That means you have to upgrade on your roster.
You got to go get something here.
And it's the final moment to do it.
Yeah, you got an hour. Yeah, you have 1 hour to get it done. I don't know. I still haven't changed my mind yet as to where I am. Go get you some help at the inside linebacker position. I told you earlier, I'm trying to look at this now through the long lens of, yes, they are in a Super Bowl window, but it's just the beginning of that, and you hope that this thing spans across a long time. I know hope isn't the word that I should be using, but that's all I can do right now. I really like the fact that they have 7 draft picks next year, all but a 6th rounder, and then double dip in the 4th because of Devon Vele. And as I've been saying all day, I don't think throwing another variable into the pot is what helps Sean Payton create more balance. That's my biggest concern. If I saw some steps in the right direction about who the head coach is or could be as a play caller, I'd be all in with you because, dude, it's the trade deadline. It's so fun to talk about trades, add pieces to this team. Let's chase a championship. I get all of that. But I just don't trust Sean the way you're trusting him today.
Well, I have to, and I have to trust the talent that they could pick up to basically force his hand. And I know it's a wicked dance that we could talk about and go round and round of like, is it Sean, chicken and the egg conversation, right? Is it Sean? Is it the talent?
Yeah.
The talent's going to help move the chains better, which hopefully makes Sean better. It has to be one or the other. So essentially, if they don't make a trade and you don't have an upgrade in talent, you're completely relying on Sean Payton then to be better. I would like the talent and Sean Payton to be better. I want both.
And I don't think that world exists. I just don't with who Sean is.
Create the world you want and step into it. I want to create the world where the Broncos are serious Super Bowl contenders. You can say they're contenders right now. They're 7-2.
They are definitely
You'd be
contenders.
crazy not to say that they're contenders or just a hater, right? Oh, it's fake 7-2. Yeah, okay, whatever. But you have to say, you make a big move like this, oh, the Broncos, the Colts, they were serious. I don't want the Kansas City Chiefs to steal their spot, steal their spotlight, steal their thunder, steal the top of the AFC West. I don't want the Bills to be doing it. I want the Broncos and Colts to meet in the AFC Championship in Denver. I don't want the Broncos to win because of Breece Hall or Garrett Wilson or somebody they've picked up.
Game-winning touchdown catch, Cortland Sutton all over Sauce Gardner. That'd be kind of fun.
Ooh.
That'd be a little fun, right?
But if you got a Garrett Wilson, would Sauce Gardner be on him or on Sutton? He'd be on Wilson.
Yeah.
He'd be on Wilson. Yeah.
Probably be on Wilson.
Okay. Could Court do Michael Thomas stuff? Because
and then Sean would draw something up for Troy Franklin.
And then Bo would force it to Troy Franklin. We got to stop trying to make fetch a thing. Stop trying to force it to Troy Franklin as much.
See, I'm with this texter from the 970 Brian. The Jets have 2 inside linebackers you could get in Sherwood and I think he's saying outside with Williams, and he already went to Dallas there. But if the Jets are selling, we know that the Saints are selling. What'd you say it earlier to get Demario Davis out of New Orleans? A 6th? A 7th? Why hasn't that been done today?
Right.
As far as depth goes. And then Justin Strnad, you need help on special teams, right? Justin Strnad goes back to special teams, and your starters are Dre Greenlaw and Demario Davis with Alex Singleton and Justin Strnad as your backup, and both dudes playing special teams. That checks 2 boxes right there for me.
Yeah. And I don't want the success you've had on defense to blind you from the fact that you could use some upgrades there, and upgrades you could get for late round picks.
Yep. It cost you absolutely nothing. So we'll see. We will see. 49 minutes left, and the countdown is on. All right. I want to get back to the Nuggets conversation. We wondered something yesterday on the show. Russell Westbrook coming back to the Mile High City. What would the reception be?
His comments afterwards, too.
His comments were very interesting. And Kevin's question, did he get a video tribute? We have answers coming up next.
Is Sean Payton asking too much from his sophomore quarterback?
I think there's so much pressure on the quarterback from the coach to be perfect and to be perfect right now. And then he's inaccurate. He's throwing interceptions. There's that unnecessary pressure from a coach who's not putting his quarterback in a position to succeed by running the freaking football.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life. like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and Cecil. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. With just a friendly tip here, I like to remind people that they never want to be gambling that the person that hits them has good insurance. So I want you to take a look at your insurance policies. Check and make sure that you have two things. One's called MedPay coverage. You want to make sure you have that. And then also UM/UIM coverage. This will protect you in case you get into an accident and the person that hits you doesn't have good insurance. If you have any questions, just give me a call. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Things are just better with a partner or a friend. And when it comes to losing weight, Soda Weight Loss makes it easier than ever to let go of the weight for good.
I'd been wanting to lose weight, and I tried on my own. I had been seeing things for soda, and so we talked to the nutritionist and loved every bit of it. I couldn't be happier, honestly, with the result.
Join with a partner and only pay for one. Imagine achieving all your weight loss goals together with your partner, and you only pay for one.
I've let go 50 pounds, and I don't have the cravings that I used to have.
I would definitely recommend soda. It's because it works. I even recommended it to my daughter, and she's on her journey now.
Just go and look at the almost 9,000 Google reviews about soda weight loss. Lose the weight without injections, without medications, without hunger. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Happy holidays, Colorado.
Dave, come on. Isn't that a little early?
No. Who wants to wait for savings? No one. Lock in our below market 4.75 5-year fixed 5.81 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% rate fixed for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Our trademark lowest rate for life program allows you to lock in savings today, and if the market does improve after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. This is the best program in the industry. Plus, our holiday bonus, no payments until January of 26, and access up to $15,000 cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
We want to hear from Russell Westbrook here in just a moment. He got it. We wondered yesterday. Kevin's like our keeper of tribute videos.
Yes.
And I respect that about Kevin Kistner. And Kevin said, hey, is Russell Westbrook going to get a tribute video in his first game back now with the Kings and obviously with the Denver Nuggets a year ago? And the answer, yes. Looking at it right now on the DNVR Nuggets Twitter page. I'm sure other people had it, but that's what I'm looking at right now. The Ball Arena tribute to Russell Westbrook in his welcome back to Denver. So they have that moment, and it looks like, some fans are up cheering, and Russ is doing the, like, hey, appreciate you, love you, all that good stuff. There's a wave to the crowd. So a cool moment for Russell Westbrook. I wonder how many of those people are cheering like, yeah, not on our team. Let's go, baby. Because obviously it did not end the right way. And then afterwards, in the visiting locker room, Russell Westbrook was asked, like, how did this end? What went on?
Yeah, why
you leaving?
Why leave?
And had the player option. Remember,
right?
Like, man, he's going to pick that up.
Oh, they asked him about the player option too.
And he gives us all the answers right here.
That was great. I guess other people didn't.
Was it them who did not? I do think there was a report or a speculation that they had sort of...
The speculation, the truth is that they didn't want me back. It been up to me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. God always has a plan. Be patient. Not up to me. They don't want me. That's okay.
Anyone else?
Somebody else do.
It is a player option. Would you have considered picking that up even if they didn't necessarily want you back?
Yeah, they told me not to.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't go anywhere I'm not wanted.
All right, so you can hear the back and forth there with the reporter. And he did have the player option, as was just asked there. They told me not to. Now, that's not how the player option works. If Russ wanted to be in Denver and he wanted to earn the amount of money that was on that player option, he would have picked it up, and the Nuggets would have had no choice but to pay him that because they'd be it's in the contract that they would have to do so. But Russ found a team, took a little while, going to have a bigger role with the Kings than he would with the Denver Nuggets. I understand. Look, I get that not a lot of people or not everybody likes Russell Westbrook, and I'm not even mad at you for that. I don't care who you like and don't like, but put yourself in his shoes for a second. You're working at this place of employment. You have a contract come up. They don't re-up the contract. They tell you they don't want you to pick up the player option. I'll tell you straight up, if I were in that position and I work at this radio station and that scenario played out, I'd kind of be like, yeah, they didn't want me around. I don't want to be places where I'm not wanted. I can go find a job at other places, just like Russell Westbrook is saying. So as far as that part of it, I get that from Russ and kind of the tone that we're hearing there in the interview.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything salacious. It was just him admitting, like, hey, they didn't want me back and I didn't want to be here and I have to be patient and God's plan and all that sort of stuff. It was interesting that they asked him not to pick up the player option because the rebel part of me is like, I'd just do it anyway. I picked it up. Sorry. I guess you got to pay me all that money. Okay, whatever. But they've separated. They've moved on. And you could hear, I know that he was 50%, which Lord knows you take 50% from the arc if you're talking Denver Nuggets. But did you hear his first three from the corner?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Amanda calls me bricks here because of the Papa shot.
A brick.
That was a total brick. That was like a dud. I was like back of the rim. I was like, did he break the rim at Ball Arena? So, yeah, the rim was unkind on that first shot for Westbrook when you could hear it clank. It was awesome.
It was, I mean, he makes a couple of them after that, and then, like I said, it's like, just close out on him, and he's going to miss a bunch of them.
Yeah.
But I get it, man. I get why Russ would feel that way, but the Denver Nuggets clearly made the right decision in saying, hey, please don't pick up that player option because we have this plan to get Bruce back, to add Timmy Hardaway, to go chase JV and trade for JV the way that they did. So, Team Nuggets on this one. I can understand why Russ is salty. I'd be salty too.
Yeah.
But you're in Sacramento now. You're their problem, not our problem. We're on to winning championships, Russ.
Well, and the togetherness on this roster that you can already feel within the building. You can feel how the Nuggets are different now because they don't have MPJ standing in the corner and they don't have Russ kind of freewheeling in the way that he would, where it's all about him and it's all about his shot and he's going to take that layup instead of dribble out and waste more time against Minnesota. Yes, I'm still bitter. But I think it's a better spot for both because Russ gets to move on and the Nuggets get to be better. They're better without him.
They are. So, yeah, it's all good. No harm, no foul. The Russ experiment, I told you, I was a Russ guy, but the Russ experiment was a failure. It didn't work. I thought the biggest benefit would be what he could do for Jamal Murray, and that wasn't the case last year.
Yeah.
I think all the growing up that has been done by Jamal is honestly...
say it. You know what it is.
It's Jamal.
Yeah.
It's him. He's done the work. That's who gets the credit.
Well,
is Jamal Murray.
And I'm
Thanks for making me to say that.
I'm proud of you. But two, in this, listen, we all have stuff in our lives where you go like, I need to grow for me. You know, you can grow and it benefits your family. It can benefit your coworkers, whatever. But Jamal had that man in the mirror moment of it's my efforts, it's my work, it's my workout routine, it's my diet, it's my everything. And he put it on himself and he's changed. Now he needs to continue to do it. Just, a month, 3 weeks of basketball isn't going to totally change our mind here. But it's great to see from Jamal because the changes that were needed come from him, not from someone else like, hey, do this, young buck. And he's not that young anymore.
Right.
It's from him looking in the mirror going, you know what? I am partly responsible for the legacy of Nikola Jokic in Denver. That can be multiple championship legacy if only my efforts were better. So he's put it on himself, and I like that because at the end of the day, we're all the captains of our own ship.
That's right.
Right? And you've got to steer that thing in the right direction. You get to choose, and you get to choose your effort level on a daily basis as well. Jamal is choosing violence.
It's some of that stuff. I think we talked about this before. Like, pick your hard. Everything's hard. Pick yours.
Yeah.
Jamal's picked the right hard here.
Yeah.
And it's a good sign for all of us in Nuggets Nation that he has done exactly that. Fired up for it. They'll be back on the hardwood Wednesday. It's actually a great little week here. You had Nugs last night. You have the Avs tonight. Nugs tomorrow. They're going to go back and forth throughout the week here. And
Broncos Thursday.
Oh, and the Broncos Thursday. And it's a 4-game homestand for the Nuggets. So, yeah, this week is set up pretty nice for us Denver sports fans.
I know. You just got to turn on the TV, hopefully get to watch it. The ESPN thing, man. People, when JJ Watt's saying, I can't watch Monday Night Football.
And then he just said, screw it, I won't watch anymore.
Well, and all you're doing, and I'm not promoting this, so please don't send me an email, but you're just pushing everybody towards piracy. Hey, how about that cracked Fire Stick? Done. Done. Well, one, I have Xfinity, so I don't have any worries about it. But two, also, I was dialed in with the Nuggets. I didn't need to watch Monday Night Football. I'll watch the coach's tape. Sick brag, bro.
Well, I mean, but we did this dance for 5 years.
Exactly. We've already been through this locally. To see this nationally and to see Disney and ESPN screwing it up some more, yeah, it's pretty preposterous, man.
All right, we'll get to a little Avs preview coming around 1:45 with what we're watching tonight, plus college football playoff rankings. So that'll be fun conversation at 1:45. Up next, I want to get back to the trade deadline. I actually want to talk about Dre Greenlaw a little bit. He came back, made a huge impact on a goal line stand Sunday down in Houston. So do the Broncos still need to add that inside linebacker? Plus, the latest around the trade deadline is coming up next.
After a crushing loss on the road to Utah, the Buffs return home and got blown out by Arizona. With the season pushed to the brink, will Coach Prime turn things over to Julian Lewis? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids are going to grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats sports online. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices are going to be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Winter is close. Copperhead Plumbing keeps you ready. Drain cleaning, disposals, leak repairs, water heaters, toilets, 24/7 emergency service. Cold temps can freeze pipes, small leaks, big headaches. Get help before winter hits. Visit CopperheadPlumbingInc.com for a coupon to waive your service call fee and see financing options.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing, keeping your home flowing all winter long.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Roberto Coin is passion.
Roberto Coin is art.
Roberto Coin is love.
And Roberto Coin is right where you'd expect to find it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood. I'm Dylan Williams.
And I'm Dylan's sister Shayna, inviting you to our exciting Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th.
This holiday, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
And this holiday, Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
So come find your passion and the perfect gift.
The Roberto Coin Holiday Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, November 7th and 8th at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Don't let dirt, dust, and debris be the #1 cause of breakdowns. Fix It 24/7 gives you a complete top-to-bottom fall furnace tune-up for $39. Book now at fixmyhome.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
From the top to the bottom, the job I start at the core, in the middle of my
All right, 30 minutes, Cecil. 29 minutes until the trade deadline comes and goes. I feel like things are starting to slow down. And that's right when they get you. I am seeing a report here. Connor Hughes has this about the Jets. He covers the Jets out there in New York City. He says Garrett Wilson is considered untouchable, according to a team source.
Okay.
That Garrett Wilson will be going nowhere. He will remain a New York Jet post the 2:00 trade deadline.
Okay, so if you're shifting away from Garrett Wilson, then you're looking to Brian Thomas. You're looking to perhaps Chris Olave, as they've already dealt Rashid Shaheed to the Seattle Seahawks. So you're looking at Saints. You're looking at possibly the Jaguars. I know Travis Hunter on IR doesn't really help, but they also just traded for Jacoby Myers with the Las Vegas Raiders. So, yeah, some interesting moves. And if Wilson is staying with the Jets, that means the Broncos have to shift their focus if they are talking to Darren Muji, and it's not about Breece Hall.
Been active today. Adam Schefter just shared this. There's been 6 trades made today. It's tied for the third most on any trade deadline going back to 1990. There were 10 trades made on November 1st, 2022, and then 8 trades made on November 5th, 2024 in last year's trade deadline. We're seeing it get more popular and popular every year. We both love hoops, but NBA's trade deadline is blockbuster stuff, fireworks.
They're right.
Usually. Anyway, and the NFL is not far behind from what they're doing now, and it's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, I think the NFL has gotten the clue, like, hey, people like trades.
Oh, we can get some news
people
out
like
of
that
this?
fantasy football stuff. People like, you want to dominate the news cycle? Have a Sauce Gardner trade. One of the best corners in the NFL just got traded today for a couple of first-round picks to the perhaps top Super Bowl contender, the Indianapolis Colts.
The
Broncos, you got 30 minutes.
The team that's the most in the way right now are the Indianapolis Colts, right?
Right.
The Chargers, who they lost to, are now down two offensive linemen. They're not that big of a threat that we thought they would be earlier in the season. So, yeah, it's just the Colts, and they're going all in. As we wait for some new news to come down, I read this at ESPN this morning. ESPN, an article about the Broncos and their point differential, how strong they are in the fourth quarter versus what it's looked like before. So I'm going to read you what was written there about the Broncos' point differential. In the fourth quarter this season, they are plus 60. The next closest team is plus 37. It's actually the Panthers and the Jets because they're probably down so much in that fourth quarter. There's a ton of prevent defense. Through the first 9 games of a season, plus 60 is the 5th best fourth quarter point differential this century. The 2025 Broncos are only behind the 2015 Texans, the 2009 Saints, and then 2 more Broncos teams are actually on this list, the 2012 and the 2016 Denver Broncos. The Saints is who we're going to highlight here because they were clearly coached by Sean, and they went on to win the Super Bowl that year. The 2009 Saints, 9-0 in their first 9, finished 13-3, and then go on to win the Super Bowl. But what they write on ESPN is that the Saints in 2009 were plus 60 in point differential across the first 3 quarters as well. And then that giant plus number in the fourth quarter, that tells you they're good, they're closing games, and they're not letting teams hang around there. They went on, again, to win the Super Bowl. Is that something that we can, like they're building towards that? That's the, hey, totally suck in quarters 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Awesome in the fourth. You're going to eventually not ignore the fourth quarter, but have something for the fourth or the first 3. And then that's, when I see that, Cecil, you and I are going to be unbearable because we're both talking about the Super Bowl nonstop 24/7.
So that means I'm unbearable now.
No. I just mean we're ramping it up even more.
Okay. We're ramping it up because Super Bowl 60 is theirs until it's not. And they're 7-2 right now. So haters, where you at? We're waiting. They're 7-2. They have a 90% chance of making the postseason. But the biggest difference is that difference. The first 3 quarters, the 09 Saints were rock solid, and then they'd close you out. The first 3 quarters, the Denver Broncos are far from rock solid. They're quicksand. And then in the fourth quarter,
that's right,
Bo Nix does some Indiana Jones stuff. I was going to say something else. Some Indiana Jones stuff. Not Daniel Jones. I guess I can't say Indiana Jones now because that's Daniel Jones.
That's right.
Well, Bo Nix does his own thing. He's that I want a cowboy on a white horse. Like, that's Bo Nix out there getting it done in the fourth quarter. How about you get it done in the first 3 quarters and not have the stress of the fourth quarter? It would be nice, but if this is the version of the Broncos, this is the way they're going to be they're just going to be late finishers. That says something. It says that they can finish. It says that they do have confidence to close late, but it also says that they stumble too much early in games. I want to see that cleaned up.
I do too. I also want to talk quickly about Dre Greenlaw and his play coming back now. I would assume, Cecil, is this the week? Well, I guess it's a short week, so maybe this would be the last week that he's not a full 100% participant, and then move into the Chiefs game before the bye, come out of the bye, and then just be the dude at ILB. I mentioned that goal line stand where he's losing his mind. He makes that big tackle, gets up, flex, walks in towards the back of the end zone. It was an awesome moment for Dre, for Sean, for this defense. And then Sean was asked after the game, like, hey, are you seeing the impact and how much of it is he making with Dre Greenlaw being on the field?
Yeah, he brings an element, just a toughness, a competitiveness. It's hard to put on paper. He's extremely physical, and I think he plays with such good pad level and leverage. He's a great tackler, so it's good to have him in the lineup. It was tough waiting in making that decision, but hindsight, it was worth it.
All right, so it's obviously tough waiting, and hindsight, so far, it's been worth it. Let's see what that looks like moving forward. But Cecil, again, like I said, if they go get a inside linebacker, even if they don't, and Dre's back to playing, close to 100% of the snaps after this week, is it Singleton? Is that something that VJ will tip his hand, or we'll wait and see?
Yeah, I guess it's the system, right? I don't want to ask Vance Joseph about it because then he'll start talking about his system. Okay, system's been really good. So whatever decision that Vance Joseph makes, I back him 100% because he's going to have his finger on the pulse better than anybody. I think that it should be more Dre, less Alex, but they certainly appreciate and trust Alex Singleton and everything that he does on the field. I appreciate what Justin Sternot has done. I want to see a little bit more of that. I know what Dre Greenlaw can do, both in coverage and as a run stuffer. So, yeah, whatever combination VJ comes up with, we're going to ride with it and see how it performs.
I'm interested just to see what that looks like because I have a lot of confidence in Dre Greenlaw. Like I said, it's your credit, Cecil. You called it out back in training camp, and you've been spot on. The development in coverage from Justin Sternot. He's better at coverage than Alex Singleton is.
Yeah.
I think maybe like a form tackling and meeting a runner in the hole. Maybe Alex Singleton's a split second faster than Sternot is because of instincts and reading the play. But what do you need right now? Somebody that can plug that gap when you have Zach Allen, Malcolm Roach, John Franklin Myers, DJ Jones, or somebody that can cover a tight end and a running back coming out of the backfield?
Right. You need that tight end or running back covered because you're bound for the postseason. You're going to face a lot of running backs and tight ends that can get it done at the highest level. Name the team, and I'll tell you, they probably have a good running game. Yeah. They probably have a good tight end to go to as well.
All right.
You don't want to be embarrassed in the playoffs. That's what we're talking about.
We've experienced that.
I mean, you go, let's say Kansas City in Denver, right? Oh, first round matchup, wild card. Kansas City comes to Denver. Yeah, they're going to trot out maybe Breece Hall, and we'll see if that deal gets done. Maybe Tony Pollard. But they're going to be able to run the ball, and they've got Travis Kelce. I can't stand him. I think it's a phony and a fraud, but he's still a dangerous tight end, even though he's a little longer in the tooth.
He'll get you. At some point, he'll get some team throughout this season. Got to tell you guys, we're trying to honor Veterans Day. It's next week, right? And we all have veterans in our lives. Cecil, your son is currently serving. My brother is currently serving. Everybody has someone in their family that is serving or has served. Veterans Day means a lot to those of us on this show. And Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, teaming up with the Foundation Cadillac and trying to give a veteran a year of oil change services as a small thank you for their service. To nominate someone you know to get them hooked up there at Foundation Cadillac, you need to head to DenverSports.com/veteran. DenverSports.com/veteran. To all our nation's veterans, we at Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan thank you for your service and your family for what they've had to go through while you serve. Let's get them hooked up. Shout out to Foundation Cadillac for getting that thing done. All right, it's our final segment before the trade deadline. What will go down, what won't go down, and what are we watching this evening with the first college football playoff rankings and a rematch of the 22, I believe, Stanley Cup final between the Avs and the Lightning. That is coming up next.
After another fourth quarter comeback, Has Bo Nix proven that he has the it factor?
I'm confident Bo's going to continue to get better. This offense is going to continue to get better, and you're going to see more complete 60-minute efforts from this offense. But you know what? It is so good to know right away that we have a quarterback here who seems to have the clutch gene.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Stink here, and my gal Bonnie says O'Meara has 1,000 vehicles, including cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Right now, the lowest lease payments ever on trucks, like Ford Bronco, $479, or Ford F-150, $449, and 0% interest is available.
So 1,000 vehicles and 0% interest?
That's right. Lease a Ford Bronco, $479 a month, or Ford F-150, $449 a month. At O'Meara, we make it fast, fun, and easy. O'MearaFord.com.
Stock SKF 18820, SLA 87980. Excludes tax, government fees, and a $7.99 dealer handling fee.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be, active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
It's holiday season again, which is great, but also a time of great stress. Planning and paying for friends, family, bills, gifts, etc. can make what should be the best time of the year into the most stressful. At U.S. Mortgages, we want to help reduce stress and debts. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed, 5.81 APO.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. If the market improves after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Lower your bills and stress, save money, and no payments until January of 26. Plus, access up to $15,000 in cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Down to the final 14 minutes. What's going to happen with the Broncos and the trade deadline as of right now? Nada. Nothing.
Looks like a whole bunch of nothing. So guess who's going to be upset?
Cecil Lammy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cecil's going to be upset. Kevin will be upset as well. Real quick, before we talk about what hasn't happened and what we want to happen here over the next now 13 minutes, one more reminder about our fan flyaway being back. Thanks to 303 Law 4040. What's on the line this time? Well, a lucky listener and a guest could be on their way to Phoenix in February. Perfect time to get out of Colorado into some nice weather for the biggest party in golf. If you win, here's what you get. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale. Round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver. 2 nights hotel stay and $500. A little walking around money for you. For more information and to register, here's where you need to go. You ready? thefanflyaway.com. That's it, thefanflyaway.com. And if you've entered into one of our previous flyaway contests, we'll throw your name in the hat this time. Once you sign up for a fan flyaway, you're automatically entered into all future flyaway contests. So if you're new to this, hello, welcome, thank you. Get to thefanflyaway.com, get signed up. Then all you got to do is listen, because when we start calling names, it could be yours that's called next. All right, Cease, we'll get to our final thoughts on this trade deadline, college football playoff rankings as well tonight. That should be a lot of fun.
I thought the stupid hat thing looked dumb.
Did you see him
Did you see that? Yeah, we're hanging up our hat and we're going in the room. It's our college football playoff hat. Yeah, that's dumb.
So it's like, oh, so you are all biased, and now you have to do something to create non-bias.
Well, why do we need that moment? Right? Go.
For
go.
the ESPN
No window,
shot.
love. Go. Like, why are you throwing up your hats? And we're putting our hats on the hat rack. We're showing that we're, oh, God. Just don't screw it up. College football playoff.
I mean, is the biggest question for tonight is Ohio State or Indiana number one? That's it, right? That's what we need to find out. Are the Hoosiers or the Buckeyes the number one team in the nation, according to a bunch of old heads that get together and vote?
Yeah. We're fixing to find out.
Yeah.
Edge of your seat.
I mean, both of them are going to be sitting pretty, right? Obviously, you'll want to have that number one ranking, but if you're a Buckeye fan, you're a Hoosier fan, this thing's going to play out on its own coming up in the Big Ten championship game here in just a few weeks.
Looks like the Baltimore Ravens have acquired former Bronco Draymond Jones from the Titans, a conditional 2026 fifth-round pick. So Draymond Jones goes from Tennessee to Baltimore. So Baltimore, a team that's well behind you, they could make a run. In fact, the Baltimore Ravens might be the most dangerous team in the AFC.
We went over their schedule. It's very friendly.
It's very
to them.
easy. Yes, very easy. They can get right back in it. They can pass up the Pittsburgh Steelers. And who wants to play Baltimore in the postseason? Who wants to take on Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson?
Oh, and imagine it's cold as hell. And then you got to tackle those guys over and over again.
Yep. So I think Baltimore is the team that makes me most concerned monitoring the Broncos and what they can do. But now with the Colts getting Sauce Gardner, like, okay, Denver. And it looks like with 10 minutes exactly left in this trade deadline, you've done nothing yet. Hopefully I'm wrong in 10 minutes, but it's not trending that way. It's trending that the Broncos tried. Everyone's saying that Chase Daniel, Broncos are picking up the... Yeah, they're trying. But intent doesn't matter. It's action. What are your actions? Yeah. Oh, you fell short. Oh, the asking price was too much. Well, I don't think it is. Not if Breece Hall was on your list.
I mean, as we sit here right now with 10 minutes left and we've seen the James Palmer tweet, the Chase Daniel tweet that you just referenced.
Right.
All the rumors and reports leading up
to
this.
Schultz saying Broncos.
And then they lose out on Rashid Shaheed. Is it, I mean, doesn't it feel like it's all but over right now? They can obviously come in right before the buzzer.
Yeah, for sure.
But it doesn't feel like there's momentum riding in that direction.
Yeah, I wish that something had already been done so we could have been breaking that down during the show instead of just waiting and now perhaps waiting for nothing.
Is Sean McGrumpy Jerkface to you today? Or
yeah.
Is he,
oh, yeah.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't wait to talk to Luca.
Yeah.
I get out there and talk to Luca
I've actually
Evans.
never said hello to him, but could you tell him I said hello to
I
him?
will do that. I'll say from the hair pair because Luca's got great hair. And now you're on Sean Payton's you-know-what list. Well, welcome to the party. All of us are.
Luca Evans, right? Luca Evans.
Mm-hmm.
He earned respect for life from me for what he did yesterday, barking back a little bit at Sean Payton.
Yeah, and my name's Luca.
That was really good. Actually, we have it. We should play that. The two of them going back and forth. I thought we did. Maybe I'm blind. But it's a fun little comment there of Luca standing up for himself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that he did it. All right, we'll get back to it again. Final thoughts coming up in about 6 minutes. Quick Avs tonight. Avs, Tampa Bay this evening. Wedgie in net, not Mackenzie Blackwood.
Yes.
Does that make you worried at all?
Well, one of my first notes here, besides
why make that
Wedgie
decision?
handling the high-octane offense, is Scott Wedgwood making a case to challenge Mackenzie Blackwood for the starting role, like it's his job? That's a question. Like, it's interesting that Wedgie is in net tonight. We'll see how the rest of this month plays out. But I had felt like, okay, it's Blackwood as the number one, and it's Wedgie as the nice, real good number two, 1A, 1B, whatever.
That's what I always felt like, 1A, 1B.
Are we actually seeing a flip where the 1A is Scott Wedgwood and the 1B is Mackenzie Blackwood? I'm not sure. But with him in net tonight against Tampa, we'll see the confidence level, how the rest of the team plays around him. And with Wedgie in most games, it's not for every single goal. But with most games with Wedgie, if you keep stuff clean in front of him, he's going to stop the pucks.
Yeah.
904 save rate. So
That's
like he's going to stop those shots. It's when things get greasy and the Avs don't have the physical presence in front of the net to get guys out of there.
Yeah.
That's how they – in fact, the Avs almost just create their own problems because they don't mix it up right in front of Wedgie mostly, and then something will get through that, who's going to stop that? Nobody's going to really stop that. They need to be more physical when it comes to protecting their own net.
And look, I've told you this before about football players. It's kind of true across all landscapes of sports. I don't care how the players feel. I don't care if your feelings are hurt because you didn't get the playing time that you thought you were going to play. If Jared Bednar thinks that Scott Wedgwood gives the Avalanche a better chance to win tonight against Tampa Bay, well, then I want Scott Wedgwood in. If Jared thinks that, I'm going to go ahead and say Jared knows a little bit more about that club than I do, or hockey guy out there knows. Although, don't ask hockey guy that because then they'll turn into Sean
everything.
Payton. But, look, I don't care if Mackenzie Blackwood's upset that he's not 1A right now. Earn it back. And it's November 4th. You have plenty of time to do that.
Yeah.
It's a great situation for Jared Bednar to have.
Yeah.
Oh, we have two starting goaltenders, and one of them might be a little pissed off or upset that they didn't get the nod right away when they came back because dude's got a hot hand. But them's the breaks, man. Go earn it. Go take it from him again. And have a little healthy competition for 1A and 1B. Think about how much better that makes the Avs.
Yeah, and how much more settled they can be because they don't have to worry about going out there and scoring 6 goals. You can go out there and you know that even that Vegas game, which is weird because it's Halloween, it's during the day, but what was he, like 21 or 23 shots that were stopped, and you win 4-2, roll on. Next, right? It's that sort of settling feeling that Wedgwood gives the rest of his team, and that's why this is a conversation. Is he pushing to be the 1A and Blackwood the 1B? Tribe, let us know.
Yep, I want to see him get it done tonight. Get a victory against Tampa Bay, get back on track, and then hopefully you see McKenzie later on in the week, and he's just right back to normal. So, yeah, I think it's a rich person problem to have, isn't it? You got two really good goaltenders. Hey, who do you want to go with tonight? Well, Scott Wedgwood, because he's been playing really, really good. So that's what we're looking for tonight. We'll be breaking down what we see in that game tomorrow on the show. Of course, reacting to, at this point, what looks like no trades for the Denver Broncos. They still have 5 minutes, and something crazy can happen. It is the NFL. But right now, Cecil's feeling like there will be no move made. They'll keep their roster as is. They'll keep their future draft capital as is. And then now we go back to, if nothing happens in the next 5.5 minutes, we go back to Sean's got to unlock a little bit. You need to have a better version of Bo Nix moving forward and bring some of that balance to the team to get better as you go.
Troy Franklin needs to stop dropping passes. He needs to be more engaged. If you're going to get targeted more than Cortland Sutton, you better produce in the way that Sutton would. And, well, Franklin hasn't done that yet. And certainly needs to be more consistent. So if nothing happens, I don't want today to be remembered as the day the Colts won the Super Bowl. I don't want today to be remembered as the day that the Colts made the right moves, made the bold move to get Sauce Gardner that helped secure them a Super Bowl championship. I want the Broncos to be able to be in that mix. And if you're sitting on your hands, resting on your laurels, whatever you want to say, I don't think that puts you in the best position. You've got a price tag. You're going to work, and George Payton's going to make his decisions based on what he thinks is best for this team. But with the possibility of getting a top wide receiver, a Chris Olave, a Brian Thomas, reportedly Garrett Wilson is off the trade block and was never on.
They say.
Untouchable, was never on the trade block. So if that's truly the case for the Denver Broncos, then I wanted at least them to try to make those moves. Now there's even more pressure on Sean.
And
I could have got you around on getting a wide receiver, because then that would be less pressure on Sean because the player's going to do more. Now you have players that have question marks. Troy Franklin has question marks. Pat Bryant has question marks. Now you have those with a quarterback that has a few question marks and a head coach that also has a few question marks. I would have liked some of those questions answered or alleviated based on the talent that would have been added via the trade deadline. We are 3 minutes away. It doesn't look like anything's happening.
It does not. And look, I still think the Broncos can get where we want them to go, where they believe they can go, with some adjustments from Sean Payton and a better version of Bo Nix. That's up to those guys to do it if Sean didn't get any more help on the offensive end. It is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
Yeah, we watch the trade deadline in the NFL, and we talk about what the Denver Broncos can do as we look forward to the rest of this season. We look forward to a Thursday night game against the Las Vegas Raiders. Are you happy or sad, Kevin Kistner, that we are 2 minutes away and it doesn't seem like the Broncos are doing anything?
I think I'm a little disappointed. You have your window here. You know, you have the Chiefs behind you. You have the Chargers behind you with 2 tackles out for the year. You have the Bills behind you. You have the Ravens behind you. All you have in front of you is the Colts, Patriots, and the Steelers are somewhere up there too. Those are teams that you can beat in the playoffs. So right now you're tied for the number 1 seed in the AFC. It's like, why don't you go a little further for it? You know, make sure you keep stepping on the throat of the Bills, Ravens, Chargers, and Chiefs.
Anybody that would be in your way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if you could have upgraded to get a Breece Hall, it was a 3rd-round pick. In my opinion, if you have a 3rd-round pick on the table and that's what they're wanting for Breece Hall, go do it. Turn yourself into the Lions of last year with Gibbs and Montgomery. You know, if you could go get a Waddle, a slant guy, well, go do that. I mean, I feel like you can never have enough toys for this offense. And some of the toys, Troy Franklin, you're not making plays. You're not making the plays that we need you to make.
Right.
So I feel like the Broncos, if they didn't do it now, I'm really, really expecting them to do something in the offseason.
Well, the offseason, but now they need to ramp it up. In fact, as 30 seconds remain and they've done nothing, and that's what we're just going to have to deal with today is the Denver Broncos made the decision to rest on their laurels during the trade deadline, and we're counting down literal seconds remaining. If nothing happens, what does that mean? It means, Sean Payton, you're dealing with more pressure. You're dealing with more pressure for those young players in whatever position you were considering, or maybe even some older players like an Alex Singleton. If you were looking at inside linebacker, well, 5 seconds. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach Bye on the drive today. I'm not going to say I can't believe they've done nothing, but I got myself excited by the fantasy football idea of adding a Jalen Waddle, and, well, that's not the case.
Well, Cecil, fantasy football aside, the Broncos, for the first time in the better part of the last decade, have found themselves in a buyer's position at the trade deadline. That's something we're not accustomed to from this team over the last 6, 7, 8 years. We kind of knew at this point in the season, most years, where this train was headed. This time, that's not the case, or if we feel like we know where it's headed, it's a good thing. So I can understand being excited and kind of maybe spurring that on. It's like the meme with the guy with the stick. Like, come on, just do something. Do something. But I was curious to see how some of the deals would shake out, because listening to James Palmer and other insiders that we're tied in with around the league and here locally, there was kind of this sentiment that the sellers were asking for too much. The prices were going to be too high. But then I look around at some of the deals and I'm like, okay, Rashid Shaheed is a fourth and a fifth.
Yeah. Did anybody pay too much? Even the Sauce Gardner deal, which is 2 first-rounders.
Yeah, that's
too much.
You look at
all these
that's
trades?
Too much, but it tells you where the Colts are at.
Perhaps, and not my number 1 corner, but perhaps the best corner in the league was just traded for 2 firsts.
Yeah, he's
I think
the best
that's a
corner
fair
in the
price.
league named after a dipping condiment. I get that.
I think that is the appropriate price. 2 first-rounders, that's the appropriate price. I don't think anybody overpaid today.
There is no real appropriate price if you feel like this is your year. And the Colts
definitely do.
Tied with the best record in the NFL and the number 1 seed due to head-to-head in the AFC.
So do the Broncos not feel like it's their year?
I don't think that they do. I mean, Sean literally said it in the preseason, right? So if Sean Payton now at 7-2 through 9 weeks doesn't feel like it's the Broncos' year when he said in the offseason, this is the 7th team that I've coached that I think can win a Super Bowl, and I think my Q is a top 4 or 5 guy in the NFL in recent years. There's no way he doesn't feel that now. And clearly, Phil, he loves his Q, but he also loves his game day 48 and his 53 because they do nothing at the trade deadline.
Yeah, Richie, I'm a little disappointed. I was disappointed in the sense of you have a chance to go out there. You have the Jets that are just fire selling. They're just giving everybody up. You have a chance to go out there if you're Denver and acquire another weapon for Bo Nix, for this offense that has been struggling. And I wanted to see, now Zach Bye, he wanted a running back, which, okay, I'm fine with. I love what J.K. Dobbins doing. R.J. Harvey's starting to turn that corner, so I wasn't looking for a running back. But what I really wanted was another receiver, a speedster. All right, somebody by the name of Rashid Shaheed.
Yep.
Yeah, Rashid Shaheed. I loved that fit here in Denver because of his speed, that elite speed, the separation that he was going to be able to get.